And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Series. I am Ali Nejad. That over there is Randy Liu, but you may confuse him with Kevin Rabichow. And the reason for the laughter, Randy, is of course because unbeknownst to the audiences, we had a prop bet. Henry and I bet $100 each against Randy and Kevin to see who would be the first side of the booth to screw this up. And of course, sabotage, courtesy of yours truly. And Randy, how about the old Benji? Send it here. You don't have it on you right now?
I do. I do.
I
do have it.
Is it? Did we go euros or did we
you,
go dollars?
You got extra money out of me.
Oh my
You
God!
got
Look at the
extra
conversion rate. I love this crisp €100 note. And what I love even more than this is the fact that cash in my hand and cash coming up on stream. A rare treat as we wound down event number 2, crowned ourselves a champion, and Alex Foxen, astounding effort since he came back to Triton late last year. But now we're going to play atmospheric, no limit cash, 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante, Randy.
And we have all of our favorite players playing too. That's obviously amazing. And we also have a prop bet game going on called a pair game.
Do you know about it?
I know the gist of it.
Okay.
Basically, every single player at the table has 2 pocket pairs that they've chosen. If they get dealt the pocket pair, they get $25,000 from each player at the table, and they also get to pick one suited hand. So it can be like A7 suited, 9-4 suited, whatever it is. And there's 4 combos of that, of course. And if they get dealt that, they get $50K a piece.
Now, here's the interesting thing about it is because you do need to declare that you folded your hand, but you need to keep it in order to show that, hey, I had one of my pairs or I had one of my suited combos. When you put your hand aside, everybody else that's left in the pot is going to be aware that one of those 3 things must be true. And if you have a big pair as your pairs, it's in all likelihood the suited combo that's awaiting the prop. So it causes you to navigate things a little bit differently. Randy, why don't you pull Kevin's name tag off of there, by the way, because yours is right underneath it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I actually set it up nicely for you.
Oh, my God.
It's a little bit too late. We're sending it down into the feature table.
I'm so tilted right now. And then you had me explain the pair game. And producer James was explaining the pair game to me right before this. He distracted me. He owes me.
Maybe I owe him.
Ah.
All right, here is the ledger. Green and red. This cash game got underway. It's a private one in the back room. Once we realized the feature table was available, we called upon them to come in and continue to deliver content to those of you who have bothered to stick around. The rewards will be immediate. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. You can see Elton, the big winner at present.
Holy moly. I look at that lineup and I'm just salivating. This is like the best.
Now, you said it was $25.50 for the pairs game. I do feel compelled to advise that Elton, Wang, and ST Wang are all playing 50K, 100K. So they've doubled the pairs game stakes between the 3 of them.
Is it 100K? Because I was
Oh,
told
100, 200. You're
200K.
right. They've quadrupled it.
These
Extra
guys.
sick.
I can't believe we're streaming this. This is just so amazing.
It's a rare treat. And Sosia Jang, by the way, Randy and I were fortunate enough to have lunch with her earlier. She walked us through some of the pairs game nuances and rules.
Okay, I do want to clarify something very quickly, just because I believe it's Elton, ST, and Xuan that's playing the higher version of the pair game, not Wang Ye.
Now, I just came from the room before we relocated everybody, and
That's what they told you?
Kate advised that it was Wang Ye. I was shocked because I can't imagine a world in which Tan Xuan would sit out when there's gamble available, but
We'll find out when they pay out.
yeah, we sure will. First payout, going to the Ace-Jack open. As you get a look at ST. Handz to his right. There's Sosia, Wang Ye. Working your way counterclockwise. Tan Xuan in the foreground on the right in the 1 hole. Pocket 5s.
现在是怎么好像涨价了？
11,000 from pocket 5s. Pocket 3s. for Wang Ye. Now, it would help, and I believe producer James is going to be able to get this stuff to us. This was kind of a last-minute move that we made to know exactly what all the pocket pairs are that everybody has, as well as what the suited combos are, of course. Ace 10, 6 rainbow here. Fives continue to lead.
Can I get an ice or a card?
Action goes check, check. No changes on the turn.
Not sure if someone's going to want to bet, but if they do, they would win it.
Jack on the end. Looks like give up in both camps here. ST. Pretty happy when someone says pair on that board to be able to show fives for a winner.
Okay, that was 2 pocket pairs there. No one's paying out, so I guess no one picked. He didn't pick 3s and he didn't pick 5s.
Now, interestingly enough, there can be overlap. I did speak to Tan before they took their seats. He told me ace, ace, king, king. Those are his 2 pairs.
Good. Good choices.
His suited combo is 8-6 suited. And I think it was Heung who was playing 8-3 suited as his suited pair. And we just got, at least for the time being, a glimpse, Randy, at the pairs and the suited combos for the others here at the table. Walk us through it.
All right, so Handz. His 2 pocket pairs, deuces and 7s. You gotta guess his suited hand. It's hilarious. 7 deuce suited. Because
I love
of
it.
deuces and 7s. Sosia's picked aces and 7s. Her suited hand is ace queen suited. Heung's picked 3s and 8s, and he went with 8-3 suited. ST, pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Jack 6 suited. And Wang has got pocket 9s and pocket 10s and 10-9 suited. Tan, like you said, aces, kings, 6-8 suited, and Elton, kings, queens, and king-queen suited. So I think the theme here is for the suited hand, they pick the suited hand connected to their pair so they remember it easier.
Yeah, that helps for sure, because you can sleep.
Of course.
Ace king suited though, waking up here for Handz. 50,000. Could look like a squeeze. You see Tan
Oh, you know,
eyeballing the stack.
He's interested. He's just wondering, do I re-raise or do I call and take a flop?
Well, 317 back.
330.
I promise you, he's never folding.
You know, it's unclear what sort of table image everybody has put together thus far on the session. What sort of perceptions Tan Xuan would have of Handz, but it seems to not matter to him whatsoever, as he 4-bets to $150,000. Handz declares all in. Tan says, let's go. And just a casual $750,000 pot has broken out. First orbit 8s against ace king.
All right, looks like they're gonna run it twice.
You sure that wasn't a peace sign exchange?
Peace out, man. I'm gonna stack you.
He's like, no, I didn't mean twice, bro. I just meant peace. You're getting showered. So there will be 2 complete boards. $375,000 to each winner. Jack 6 deuce. The 8s are sitting pretty. No club to worry about. Turn keeps it clean, and Tan is looking for the free roll, which he secures.
Always nice doing the first one.
Very much so.
Tan's happy.
And Handz is a bit nervous, no doubt. Best he can do is haul back his 367K. It's going to require an ace or a king. And he hasn't found one here, but he does have the gut shot. So 6 outs become 10. Although 1 jack is busy downstairs. So let's call it 9 actual outs. Again, a 6 finds its way to the turn, and our 8's going to scoop this one.
One more card to find out. Oh, that's a chop.
买点保险。
The King of Hearts, a tense moment there for Handz.
忘记了。
That feel good, Handz?
然后
Oh,
我
yeah.
的保险不知道怎么买，别人应该挺划算的。看了怎么
He was
都
going to
差
have to hit the rebuy button. Without that,
And a rebuy in this game.
Made you
A lot of
maximum
cash.
sweat.
it is.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a 750K pop pre-flop with pocket 8s in there.
Well, listen,
China
Randy,
man with pocket 8s, you know, let's go.
Tan stuck 672,000 might have something to do with it. Trying to get his way out of the hole. I doubt he's nervous, by the way.
Oh, he's been there before. He's gotten unstuck many, many times.
That's the scary thing. It's almost as though Tan needs to get buried 7 figures plus before he feels alive enough to bring his A
大
game.
哥，这个没必要，玩就不算吧。
Just keeping it interesting for himself.
你说平时忘记就算了，
那这个怎么算？这个忘了算不算？
肯定不算
Baby
啊。
suited ace.
不算嘛。
Under the gun. 2.5x. Now a pocket 4 once more. This time Handz.
忘记跟直接 mark 不是一样的意思吗？
对啊，牌都翻了之后就没得算。
Round 2. Taking shape. This time we'll have some post-flop action. $28,000 in the middle. Something familiar looking about a couple of 6s on board with a jack, but 4s still best.
Yeah, 10's the pre-flop raiser. He's going to start with a bet. 4's certainly going to come along. Could get counterfeited by the jack, though.
Tan improves to a deuce.
Yeah, usually that's a very good card for 10 in case he was up against a better ace high. You can try to show this one down.
It's actually a pretty good card for Handz. Texture doesn't get complicated.
Agree. He's actually reaching. So this is a bit of a value block. Whoa! He snap folded. He didn't even think about it.
You know, the thing about it, Randy, is obviously there are plenty of people who might look at those 2 4s and think, okay, let me call this 15. I know this guy can get a little bit squirrely. His squirreliness doesn't always end on the turn, and once you call and bring that pot to 82K, you can expect
Right.
the flying squirrel on the end, perhaps.
The flying squirrel. But you're right about that, and that's the thing that Tan knows how to leverage is, oh, maybe a third barrel's coming. He doesn't always fire the third barrel, but there's always that fear.
Yeah, and he cultivates the image, and he leverages it well. I mean, you've called so many of these cash games. Randy, you're well aware of, you know, Tan's reputation, the perceptions that his opponents have, and it's earned. It isn't like, you know, I remember when Gus Hansen first came to poker.
Mm-hmm.
He spent like a year being a really wild guy. But eventually it was dialed back, and it was such a difficult first impression for people to break when they were playing against him, and he really got a lot of action from that first year on tour.
Yeah, so the difference here is that Tan hasn't dialed it back yet, but he will get there eventually.
But he shows a lot of discipline, you know, in spots where you hold your breath and you go, oh my God, he's going to hang himself here. He'll find checkbacks.
Yeah, I know what you're saying for sure. But just that the more buried he is, the less likely he's got that restraint.
Sure. Little baby suited connector piquing the interests of Hong Kong's Elton Tsang. Cash game legend who cut his teeth in those Macau nosebleed games.
Hello, aces.
Wow. What a time to be alive. In the small blind, Tan Xuan knows that he can get action from an Elton under the gun click when he 3-bets here. Oh, look, you know,
Something's going to happen.
I think Wayne just barely missed the pairs prop there
He needs
with
to
the
be
8-3
suited.
off. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Did you look at the latest breakdown?
Yeah. He wanted 8-3 suited.
Yeah. Yeah.
This hand is going to be expensive no matter what.
Elton calls the extra 42,000. King 9-7 all clubs, and this is merciful. Because had he flopped a piece in a 112K pot, he wouldn't be looking for an exit in the face of a c-bet.
Looks like he's going to take this. Elton won't lose any more in this hand with 4-3 suited. But do you know what happens after this?
Tan's going to show prop time.
250对吧？
Watch the chips fly over.
想跑。
Wayne does not look
多
amused.
少？你收个鸡毛。
Wait, why are they anteing 25K a piece?
No, those aren't antes, my friend. Those are debts being collected.
他妈的，上我半天都不行，
他妈的，第一个发的就是你。
他就把股推了。把股推，我看他
Money.
我帮他付了8条。做这次做的推了。
你今天太苦了，哎呀！
是我推了，他
Some are
踢着我
enjoying
的
this a little more than
你
others.
这么厉害，输的时候还能卖
是我半天，他上半天有1把没摸过。
哎，可能是你的问题。
哦，是他有他运气不好哈。
那是我的问
All
题。
right, do some math. How much did he get there, Ollie?
Well, there are 3 players that are involved
But
at the
generally around
100K for the pairs,
Shanghai.
200K for the suited ones. Tan is not one of them. So given that he's playing 7-handed poker, 6 others, times 25K, $150,000 in
你
frosting.
昨天抓7把，
The
有抓
pot
过
was
头
only
花吗？
114,000.
他
So
20
he made more in the
是
props
抓了
than he
5
did
把头花
off
了，
of
大哥
Elton.
20哪有那么简单？10万还可以。
3x. Like he made what, 60K from Elton, and then he got
5把头
150 on
花了，
top.
第一天2把，第
52
二
off
天
of
2把，
Elton
刚刚
and
1
the
把。
blinds and ante money as well, which was 10K. So 62 from the pot and profit, and then a cool 150 to add to it. Did aces just pop up again, Randy?
They did, but ST's pocket pairs 9s and pocket 10s, so he won't be getting extra money.
I'm reading it as 8s and 9s.
我刚刚是3把塔
I'm
子
gonna
No,
begin.
no.
Eights
Yeah, yeah.
and 9s, you're
Yeah.
sorry. It's funny because I'm looking at the screen and it says ST and then Wang, that's his whole name.
Yeah. Wang Ye has pocket 9s, pocket 10s. ST has pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
Look at this pot.
Gut
Oh.
shot and the heart draw. Elton going to take the aggressive line here.
He's got a massive draw.
有点让我伤心，那一天太伤心。
ST makes the call.
玩这个游戏我后面也不会跑马。
对呀。
Already 132,000. Look at that turn card.
The 10 of hearts giving Elton the flush, no waiting, with a redraw, mind you. And of course, ST can't go anywhere, given that he has the ace of hearts working.
Yeah, this is going to be a big pot. Let's see what Elton wants to charge. It's always a little tricky because he wants to get as much money in there, but he doesn't want to bet too big to kind of scare off like a Jack X that doesn't have a heart backup.
What's the number? 33,000. This is very downsized.
Yep.
And Elton's hand is not nutted. Obviously, there could be bigger hearts, the ace, the king, and the queen, in ST's range. And do we not want to charge a bigger price against those sorts of combos?
So the reason he's going smaller is he doesn't want to lose his customer if his opponent is drawing dead. And then once he sees the call, you know, assuming a safe run out, he can go much more sizable to target the hands that we're willing to call.
And that run out, while it does present possible full houses on the board, I don't think is going to be one that leaves him concerned.
Yeah, he shouldn't slow down here because he'll be missing value from pairs that are just going to instant check it back. He should definitely be betting for value.
This is a brutal river for ST as well because he beats the Jack-10 now.
True, although I don't think there's that much Jack-10 in Elton's range to check raise flop.
Tend to agree with you, but it's just board texture that I don't think ST is going to have folding on his mind.
Yeah, definitely going to be based on the size that Elton goes for. What do we got?
Now it's business time. 118,000.
That's hard to fold against. Half the pot. I've seen ST make some big folds, and he's been right a lot in the past.
Do you think holding the ace of hearts, he's more inclined to fold or less inclined to fold?
It's kind of funny. You can see it both ways, where, yes, he blocks more flushes, but then he blocks the key card that's willing to bluff against him.
5、6啊。
He's going to flick it in. Bye-bye money.
花着嘛。
Quietly folds the aces as a very heavy pot gets delivered to Elton.
Man, the action is so sick, given how short we've been.
I think he's
here.
knocking on the door of $1 million profit.
Yes, he is.
啊？我不知道。反正我不会投机的。
Elton's pairs, by the way, pocket kings and queens. His suited combo, king, queen. Tan Xuan, the aces and the kings, as we mentioned, with the 8-6 suited. Wang Ye, 9s and 10s with 9-10 suited. ST, 8s and 9s with 3-6. Sorry, Jack-6 suited. Wayne Heung, pocket 3s, pocket 8s with 8-3 suited. Sosia Jang, aces and 7s. Ace-queen suited. Handz with deuces and 7s with 7-deuce suited. Elton limps the small versus Wang Ye's Jack-5 offsuit, which took us to 14,000. Didn't expect this.
That's a nice flop for Elton.
Is it 8s and 4s on an ace-high board where he is just dreaming of an ace-X across the way?
Mm-hmm.
And whether or not Wang has ace-X, he's going to tell the story, of course, in this blind versus blind inflated one, where he's the aggressor.
Yeah, there's a good chance Elton check raises the flop, unblocking top pair, which can pay him off.
There's an even better chance this 10,000 isn't going to be headed back Wang Ye's way
Oh, there's no chance that's coming back.
for the time being.
Elton, Elton, Elton.
Check raising to 33,000, making things easy from this point, but expensive, of course. He is such a dangerous player in the cash game streets, Randy.
I'm pretty sure he's one of the most winningest poker players of all time.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, when Triton first entered my kind of pokerscape, it was a hand that was circulating in social media involving Jason Kuhn, and I believe Elton was on the other end of it. And I believe it happened right here in Montenegro.
You're right.
And we're going back like 2017, maybe? Does that sound right? 18
that
even?
sounds about right.
And it was for multi-millions? Was it $1 or $2 million pot, I think?
It was, yeah, it was a huge pot. It was definitely 7 figures.
Yeah. And what made it stand out was not simply the size of the pot, but the fact that the action was complete, but the board was not, and Elton allowed Jason to sweat his own fate.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, when that was like the first time Elton was kind of like shown on live streams, like
Yeah.
these kind of videos. Like I knew who he was and how capable, and how big of a player he was, but all the, the tournament regs, the cash game regs, that they didn't know who he was, and he was just phenomenal to watch. And here we are back in Montenegro with astronomical stakes, bigger stakes.
I mean,
And he's still here.
yeah, and he's still giving people fits. Maybe not so much in this particular pot. Would have connected with the 7. It does connect with the 7, rather. So very much. He is giving people fits. Forgive me, I was so engrossed in the exchange with Randy that I glanced away from the action temporarily. King Queen was best, now no longer. Those facts remain here on the end.
Tan might be tempted to turn the King Queen into a bluff with this run out, but it looks like he's just going to try to show it down. And he's going to be pretty annoyed when he see Elton's hand, unless Elton wants to go thin value with the pair of 7s, third pair. Kind of seems like Elton knows he has the best hand, but he's wondering would like an ace high even call him. That sounds like a check.
Yeah, the thing about opening the action against a guy like Tan Xuan in a spot where you think you should be able to just put a cheeky value bet in there is every now and again the 800-pound gorilla reveals itself, and you have some immediate regrets.
What I like about Tan Xuan is that when he loses pots, he's always laughing too. Or when he puts in a gnarly bluff. He just generally has a good time playing poker.
Kid in a candy store is the best way that I can describe it, honestly. It is his natural environment, and I can't think of another place this man would ever rather be than in the highest stakes cash game running on the planet in that moment.
画个黑桃圈，再画个黑桃 K， 差不多了。
Truly one of the most exciting characters, although terrifying, I would guess, if you're out there. Heung, perhaps not going to feel too terrified about 3-betting that scary character in Tan Xuan when he's loaded up with pocket kings. 3.5xing the 10K open.
How willing is Tan Xuan willing to play out of position? You see it. Defends ace-10 off.
Yeah. Pot grows to 80,000. 9-10 jack. Very wet board here. Middle pair checks over to the gutter and the overpair for Wang.
It's a slightly scary board for pocket kings. Yeah, I like this check back. It's not like he's looking to play for $900,000 more on this board. So he gets to play it as 2 streets. And once he sees his checks from Tan, he can certainly go for turn plus river, assuming the river doesn't complicate things.
He agrees. Casually flicking out 2 white chips. 50,000.
Immediately, it's a pretty tough spot for ace-10. You should be aware that Wayne is willing to kind of check back some hands that beat 10. And yeah, you see him lay down the what perceives to be a hand that you should be calling 1, but I do like that fold.
Yeah, it's one of those where am I really trying to go from here type of hands. And you try to avoid those situations where you're calling turn and then praying for check back river. Plenty can get complicated on the end, absent a 10. And even the ace is not your dream card. There could be a little ace-jack involved from time to time.
Yeah, I think that's a nice hand that demonstrates Tan Xuan's willingness to kind of like, you know, he just doesn't splash just because he's holding a certain strength of a hand. He's like, well, he has to play situation to player, positions, etc. Onto Queen Jack of clubs.
$10K again, up front.
ST Wang, King 3, clubs.
Believe a couple of other clubs have already hit the muck.
He's grabbed more than 2 blues. Gonna 3-bet from the big blind against Tan, who raised from under the gun. Man, they fight like for every single pot.
I was just going to say, these two in particular have so much history between them. And the context, so much more than meets the eye. Ace, ace, jack board. This is interesting. Should ST decide to tell the story that he has an ace, there are worlds in which maybe he can bully Tan off of aces and jacks with a queen kicker. Board texture really isn't great for king 3 of clubs, but he flicks a 25K out there.
Yeah, ST is hoping to take it down now. Sure, Tan's afraid of the ace, but for this price in position, and he knows that ST is going to see bet his bluffs on ace-high textures, he will be calling in position.
$146K out there. ST knows he's without a paddle. Board goes two-tone. Having the king is really problematic, too, because you kind of hope that Tan has the king, queen, king 10 from time to time that he's peeling with.
Right, if you're willing to multi-barrel.
Yeah. He does slow down, however.
Yeah, this is great for Tan Xuan.
Checks it back and improves to aces and queens. Board kicker.
I'm not too sure if Tan Xuan wanted to improve, because technically there are more hands that beat him now, like
Sure.
King Queen, King 10. Let's see, does ST want to represent the ace? Oh, he's going to try. 55. So he's trying to fold out Jack X and maybe the Queen X that just is like, well, you got it. It kind of looked like he's getting milked a bit with this third pot bet. That's why you see Tan Xuan not instant calling. There's probably not that many bluffs in ST's range when you think about under normal circumstances. It's a 3-bet from the big blind versus UTG. That's supposed to be a narrow range.
I mean, this line still contains some ace-X, doesn't it?
Of course it does, yeah. It would make a lot of sense. It's a very tough call of Queen Jack.
Oh, my. Is he going to find it?
I think he is. He's like, pay the man his money. Is he going to do it? Between the fingers.
Tense moments for ST, by the way.
Just roll it in. There we go.
Ouch.
Just a pure muck.
Not going to bother showing it, and in turn, neither is Tan. So the mystery will remain intact for the rest of the field.
葫芦都不敢大，大哥，
葫芦都不大。
2个5啊。
Look at Elton. He's like, don't be stealing my thunder, all right? I'm the boss around here. You're still stuck. But it has been the Tan Xuan and Elton Tsang show.
I mean, it always is.
You're right about that.
Win or lose, they're just always in every single pot.
Wayne Heung paired up again, but not with the
打一下
8s
鱿鱼什么
or
的
the 3s that he wants.
唐老板说不打啊。
Here comes Sosia Jang,
打一圈嘛。
the Kiwi.
我鱿鱼肯定是哪里有问题，不是一直打。
35,000.
翻一把他输吗？
How much you starting with?
500.
5.
鱿鱼啊，鱿鱼打一轮输。鱿鱼我他妈，我
See
先
Wayne
赢了
leaning
20，
over
打一
for
圈鱿鱼之后，我他妈剩30万了，我
his
剩
bearings.
90兆。
Just a quarter more.
Yeah. Flicks it into the machine to continue. Queen 5 deuce. 1 over card to the 7s, which check over. 1 diamond on board, and bracketing that queen
来吧。
is Sosia with the betting lead.
Yeah, it's a good spot for her to c-bet. You know, lots of potential turn cards she can multi-barrel on. she has just king high, she can get some better king highs as well, like king jack, some ace highs. And for Wayne, can't really let go of the sevens just yet. Not for one, your opponent could be just c-betting their whole range on dry texture.
有牌就不吃亏了嘛。
Of course, every now and again, a 7 says hello, too. Not this time, and that's an interesting card because it could allow Sosia to find added excuses to barrel at this one. It isn't a given that just because Wayne called the 3-bet pre-flop and then peeled on the flop that he's got Queen X.
Yeah, I kind of like a double barrel here with the jack overcarding all of the pocket pairs between 5 and jack. They will call 3-bets pre, check call flop, and probably check fold turn. This is just a really nice spot. And if your opponent does have a queen, you have clean outs. This is very nice from Sosia. Perfect.
115K, undaunted by the pre-flop call and the peel. I love to see it
差点可以
from
再
Sosia.
点
And I think things like that, you know, Randy, you've been around Triton longer than any of us.
Mm-hmm.
You've known Sosia in turn since her arrival
不是我的意思是
on
是我
the Triton Tour. Wasn't a cash game player initially, yet here she is. And then that's a move that in the very beginnings, you're not so sure she might have made there on the turn, right?
You're right about that. You know, all these players have evolved over the years, and you know, like they're all very capable. You know, they all give a lot of action, and we get to witness this beautiful game, my friend.
It is such a beautiful game, honestly, and it's happening at stakes that just make your jaw drop.
Elton's up $1.1 million.
Listen, that is not a safe amount to be up when the pairs game is in place and you're playing it at the 100, 200 level. You know, I mean, you could end up breaking even or stuck pretty easily. It comes apart in a hurry, especially if you steam and tilt.
Can
Which,
you, you know what's
it's
funny
not
to me?
impossible.
Imagine like you're up $1 million.
wants to be
You don't
up
play a
like
single
10
hand, but then
million
somehow you're
before.
only up like 500K just because everyone gets dealt their pocket
Before
pairs.
It
more
happens.
stand up.
100% it happens.
That's her
And then you get the
tradition.
upstuck tilt sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You're still the biggest winner in the game, and yet somehow you're boiling, and people that are stuck aren't. We've seen those dynamics.
So that's the
Ace
price.
Jack offsuit,
无所谓，又不是他一个人打。
the generally adopted 10K open sizing employed by Sosia, who will take another whack
那么好
at Wayne.
customer
送钱给你了。
谢谢
It's a repeat customer, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's be a good deal.
he's got a loyalty card. He's trying to earn status at Casino Jang. Meanwhile, 887, he's earned a gut shot and backdoor diamonds on this board. Knuckles over with 26 dimes in the middle. See how Ace Jack approaches. Checking back is Sosia. Now the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Gut shot, straight flush draw, but obviously with trips on board, those draws begin to look a lot less favorable.
Could see Wayne shoot out like an overbet in this spot. Looks like he's going to check just because he definitely has clean outs against ace highs that are checking back and put a lot of pressure. Maybe some equity denial from Sosia with ace jack. You know, 3/8 out there's not much the big blind can have, but she'll let the free card roll off, which is good for her. She's got a full house.
No kidding. Very nice jack. A better card than the ace, in fact.
I agree.
Oh, and now Wayne prompted to barrel in a way that he wouldn't have if Sosia had connected with the ace. 8K.
Yeah, Wayne is hoping that ace highs or king highs will just fold for this price.
Now, if you're sat in Jang's seat, do you see limited upside to raising in a spot such as this? Or do you feel compelled?
I feel compelled against this sizing. I believe if my opponent did have the 8, they wouldn't take this line. Like, sure, they might still bet, but they might bet a little bit bigger. Yeah, this is definitely right. You want to charge the 7x going for a little bit of value.
Oh, Wayne now confronted with the 37K tariff.
Yeah, and it's also like, it's not like Wang can just re-raise, not putting Sosia on like an 8, because Sosia can easily check back at 8 on the turn, and then you're just wasting money.
Yeah, but he might have perceptions that in the big blind, the 8s are supposed to belong to him more so than her as an opener. Granted, we're in the cash game streets and different ranges are constructed,
You're right,
but he could get savage.
but there's only 1 8 left in the deck.
Repping quads, though, is risky business, man. These are tall orders. This isn't a tank to call. This much we know.
No way.
Oh, he's found it. Playing back at Jang with a 3-bet to 110,000. Is it enough, Randy?
I think not. I'm sure Sosia is very worried about the 8, but for this price, I think you just have to call. Occasionally, you're just up against the same hand.
You don't really expect a jack, though, to do this.
I agree.
It's quads or nothing, isn't it?
It is quads or nothing. But if you don't call here, I mean, for this price, I guess you're just folding everything but quads.
And wouldn't that be too tight?
I would think so, yeah.
She understands the story that's being presented.
Yeah, looks like she's going to make the call.
Moving.
Yep.
Muck. Everyone just mucks.
要很会牌的噶，
人家都看得
She's
到
playing great.
She really is.
都是不开牌的，这里都是。
我说我也是开牌，你想看我可以。
Note, by the way,
对啊，别人不开我也不开。
that Sosia having the moxie,
不开。
overcoming what I would imagine early on in her career might have been some fears about raising and opening the action and potentially facing something like that. She ends up earning not just the 8K, but a full 115. She created the opportunity for herself.
That's right. And if you're always just afraid of like worst case scenario, she would have just won the 8K.
嗯哼。
学会了现在，你有没有不能挑？
把四边的牌看错了。哎，不对，8是3边还是4边？
抠了
我，扣了。
待会去就
8
all
7
in 了。
对
suited.
啊，没错。
Enough for Wang Ye to open.
He
2万
needed
块
a
钱
10-9
打来
suited
打去
for
对
his
不对
suited bonus.
Yeah.
还是不去了。
And by the way, lest we conflate this pairs game with some of the other bounty-based games where you actually need to win at showdown, it's just automatic. If you are dealt the pair, one of the two that you've chosen, or any version of your suited combo, you're paid. Just
As
claim
long as you
your
show
hand.
it.
Yeah. You got to obviously put it to the side and then show it after the pot if you're not involved in the action, and you can sleep it, but you will get paid. Meanwhile, 8-9 suited and 10-8 suited. Join Wang Ye. A lot of interference here. King-King-7 board. Connecting with the opener who bets 10,000 and takes it down. Wang Ye, by the way, was impressive in the tourney streets as well.
Yeah,
Randy.
he was really fun to watch. He always goes to the one in Jeju, I believe. So I'm not sure if this is the first time he's ventured out to Europe Triton events. But he only plays like the big binds, and he just kept making like final table after final table, if what I remember correctly, like the 150K to 100K, no limits.
Efforting right now the
And
bio.
he plays a hyper aggressive style, which is so fun to watch.
3.1 million plus in career Triton earnings in the tournament streets. 7 cashes. Has played exclusively our Jeju stops and full dockets at that. First time out, he cashed 5 out of 8 events with the final table. Second time around, just a couple of cashes, but third in the 150 for 2 million was tidy. As we see Jang and Handz intertwine. This is under the gun and under the gun +1. Jacks versus Ace-10 suited, and the Queen-Queen-9 board leaves Sosia in front.
Let's see if she wants to be the type to c-bet out of position. Looks like she'll check it over to Handz. It's a decent board for Handz.
Let's go check, check. Third hard on board now.
I would lean towards betting the 2 jacks because she needs to protect against a heart. If she had jacks with a heart in hand, definitely more merits to checking, but she's still going to play it passively.
Hand's content to do the same, obviously. King on the end. Maybe another reason for Sosia to just take the passive line even further, Randy?
Yeah, I believe she was going to value bet if it wasn't the king or the ace, but here, betting doesn't really accomplish too much. And when you show down jacks in this spot checking down, her opponents are going to be aware that her checking range is quite strong, so they won't be able to relentlessly bluff against her.
I was just thinking to myself, sometimes, even though you're not spending chips, that can be part of your marketing budget there as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to protect ranges.
And it's good when everyone sees it, because then they play a bit of a guessing game. They're
Yeah.
like, oh man, maybe you do have the goods all
Yeah.
of a sudden.
Even when, you know, you check, maybe you were trapping on the river, something like that, you were going to river check raise with a big hand, you'd miss out on the value in the immediate moment, but the value of then potentially having credibility in a big spot
Yeah.
where you do pull off the check raise, you get claw it back. As the jacks are passed over to Handz now, uneventful post-flop exchange with Sosia. Perhaps something brews now as Tan Xuan's 8-7 suited leans. But this is the kind of hand composition that in these nosebleed cash games, Randy, people really do look to provide opportunities to win a big one.
Yes, so when you're playing 100, 200, 300 big blinds deep, this suited connector stuff goes way up in value for big pot potential. You can see Tan Xuan is attacking hands. He didn't forget about that river card that Handz got the ace king versus eights not too long ago, 750k pot. Could see Handz 4-bet though, just because he's playing a smaller stack. He'd be more willing to get in against this opponent,
And I think
from under the gun,
I think Tan has some 3-bet folds.
of course.
You know, he gets frisky, he steps out of line, and I think Handz has some credibility as well. Off of this stack depth, the 4-bet of reasonable size, something that isn't just clicky but has some fold equity, carries with it a lot of weight.
Yes, maybe something like 90k. Seems pretty reasonable. I think he's just deciding on the perfect sizing. He just said 1 tower slide. Look at this 10, like, he loves these little moves.
Handz keeping it to a single decision point.
不是吧？
Come on, come on.
Oh, is he getting
86啊
paid?
86啊！
快点快点，真是的，
He's trolling.
对呀。
Yeah,
He's trolling hard.
I think he
我
was.
没机会投机了，投
I
下你
don't
们
remember.
算了吧。
He showed the 8 because 8-6 suited is his combo.
Yeah, he showed the
不投机
8.
才有钱。
Yeah.
这下他
我也那么老实，马上给钱。
我会
想不到
I heard
他还投机。
Bot Liu, if I'm not mistaken.
差一个。
Wayne almost paid out.
87
拿一个，
哎呀，
Then I heard
86
Toji
你要哪一张牌
哦
差一个，
八嘛
你跟我说，我给你补上，你就讲，你妈就个
肯定
8差一个，
86杂色。
就7、8就扣了。
不是啊，6、8他中对子了，差一个。
啊
啊？
哦哦，那就是哦，黑桃7、8有可能。
King Jack suited. ST takes us a click further than we've been going. 11,000 he
但他手里
decides.
不是86。
Tan, pocket deuces, more than enough to keep him interested.
You noticed that, but you know what I noticed about ST? He's topped up his stack. He's got a 745k stack
you know,
now.
I slept on that.
I
But
think he went up like $500,000.
listen, he's looking around at some of these guys now sitting super deep and thinking to himself, I don't want to miss out.
A little bit surprised Handz didn't consider squeezing the 10s from the big. Perhaps he's worried about ST's UTG range.
Pocket tens just flatting and looking up at a single overcard. This queen 9-7 texture means Handz is actually blocking the gut shot, which ST is flopped.
But if Handz hits that gut shot for a set, you can say bye-bye Handz.
Unless the board pairs. 13,000 the follow through. Decision made easy for the two deuces as we're down to heads up with Handz peeling. Surely the deck wouldn't do something that merciless, would it, Randy?
No, but it'll give ST the best hand.
Yeah, the king lacking mercy insofar as now Handz no longer in the lead.
Feels like ST could consider checking this one back. Certainly betting is fine too. I wonder if Handz ever considers turning the tens into a bluff, knowing he blocks the nuts, and try to put a lot of heat on like King Jack, Ace King, King 10.
哪两个？就2个老外嘛。还有哪一个？
It would work a little bit better if they were a bit deeper, to be more
那我没
threatening.
跟那个谁打过，这个常规桌不知道，鱿鱼肯定是那个好一点。
32,000 with a gut shot. The tens not performing particularly well.
I feel like he's more likely to check raise than to check call right now.
Yeah, I mean, he can rep the 10 jack, but obviously ST has that jack himself, so
100.
unclear how believable this is going to be, but you are absolutely right, Randy. This is the direction that Handz has taken us. And once again, able to leverage the fact that he isn't among the deepest stacks at the table, so these sorts of commitments maybe we consider in context as carrying more weight.
Yeah, I definitely hear where you're coming from. It's a tough spot for ST. You know, he has King Jack. Even if he does happen to make this straight, he won't get paid off more just because there's kind of a four-liner out there. I'm sure ST is also thinking, if I call this, am I willing to call off 211K more?
That had much more to do with his choice to muck the best hand at the moment right now than just this turn card where he makes top pair. Is this man ever going to come off the throttle on the river when I call? So
that was a good play from Handz. Tough game.
It really is, you know.
It's safer being very short, you know, like 20, 30 big blinds here. It's like, no, I got to play turns, rivers, raises, 3-bet pots, 4-bet pots. Like, it's rough out there.
Yeah, but if you walk up to this table and you ask, what's the min buy?
You're not going to get to play.
Not only will you probably not get to play, but if you do play, you're also not going to get to play because someone's going to put you in so fast.
Can you imagine first hand, pocket pairs dealt? Oh, I'm busted.
Oh, my God. Two people.
No, you don't
One guy's got suited. Yeah, exactly.
Can't
You're
play
felted from the props. I don't think you're allowed to claim all in when it comes to the props. If you get felted, but then all of a sudden, you know, you owe 50,000 or 100,000 in props, you better go find the ATM. Queen 6 tray as two players with diamonds find the flop. ST involved once more. Significant advantages over Wang Ye, which are retained on the turn after it goes check, check. Same story. After the 8 of clubs rolled off, 9 doesn't change anything either.
I'd like to see a value bet from ST. You can target the worst pairs out there.
Yeah. Second pair, ace kicker. Take it, sir. I'll tell you what, that wasn't pivotal or key, but for ST, you don't like getting the L's hung on you time after time. But I'm going to hang the headset over to Henry Kilbane, who's stepping into the booth. Taking a selfie, by the way, with that €100 note that you passed us, Randy, in the collective prop bet that we had earlier. Bear with us. We're going to memorialize this one, and then I'm going to pass the reins along to Mr. Kilbane to take you through the next portion of this cash game. Randy's going to step out short time after this and bring Kevin in, but enjoy.
Okay, stop hugging out, guys. Get in the comms, Henry. 5s and 7s, and hold on. Handz has got pocket 7s, and I'm pretty sure, yes, his pocket pair is pocket 7, so Handz is going to get paid. 25K apiece after this hand concludes.
Hang on a minute, Randy. 25K apiece just for being dealt pocket 7s?
And he doesn't even have to win the hand post flop.
Oh man, that is insane.
So watch. Look. He lost the hand and he shows.
Wow.
1 white chip each. 25K apiece.
Hang on, so just... What am I walking into? The guy just wins 125K.
No, he won 150K.
Simply for being dealt pocket 7s. Am I right in saying that, right?
That is correct.
Okay, Randy. I see how it's going to be.
There was no more after.
We got that kind of game on our hands, have we? So this is the perfect time, I guess, to reiterate.
Well, keep this in mind too. Despite Handz losing the hand, he won the most money in that pot just now.
Yeah. So let's reiterate this for the people that are just joining, seeing as I've just jumped in for Ali.
Go for it.
Explain some of these props that they got going on, Randy.
Yeah, so basically every single player at the table has chosen 2 pocket pairs, and if they're dealt these pocket pairs, they get 25K apiece from each player, as you just saw Handz did. And they've also chosen 1 suited hand. For example, Handz picks 7 deuce suited. If he gets dealt that, then he gets 50K apiece from each player.
If 50K apiece if they get the suited hand.
If they get their suited hand, and then the last wrinkle is that Elton, Wang, and ST are playing bigger, so they will pay out 100K for the pocket pairs and 200K for the suited hand.
Oh man. I mean.
And now we got an AK straddle, just for fun.
I mean, okay.
Okay, right.
Okay, bro. I mean, let's go.
Ooh,
hello.
That could be fun.
This could indeed. Oh, 54K out there. 10 high
was
diamonds against top pair.
despite getting so many pairs, I was actually only even.
Randy, can we just do this every night?
That last,
I'm here for it.
orbit.
This is a dream to get an inside peek at
Extra time.
the private cash games at the astronomical stakes.
Yeah, oftentimes we talk about the likes of Elton Tsang, who is leading out here, and just how much money he's won over the years playing these games, and rumors of some of the stakes that they've played behind closed doors, and now we just get to see it.
Exactly, and Elton is already up like $1 million in this game alone. Well, onto the hand, ST check back flop with the tricky top pair of jacks, calls the turn bet. A little bit of showdown value now for Elton. Can beat the 5 and 4 X's that might have heroed the turn. Not much value to be had with the jack. He might be value owning himself.
I think when I left, he only picked up 1. And then SC
Gosh, check
bonus
through.
is
114K pot going ST's way. So what's been the tail of the tape, Randy? Fill me in. Biggest pot of the night so far that you've called the action on?
Well, we did see within the first few hands 10 open under gun with pocket eights, and Handz had gotten squeezed ace king suited. They got in 375k apiece.
How much, sorry?
So it's 750k pot, 375 apiece. Pocket eights versus ace king, under the gun versus big blind.
Okay.
And they ran it twice, and Handz rivered the king to chop the pot up.
No way on the second run out.
On the second run out.
Even bigger side bets and whatever. And then before, I know I'm flush like
But we also had a pot where Heung tried to represent quads. He bet 3-bet on the river on 7, 8, 8, 8 jack, and it didn't
Oh
work.
yeah, that's right.
He lost 114,000 after betting only 8,000
Yeah,
on the
that's
river.
I mean, props for trying, you know. Can't fault the guy.
Sometimes you do have the 8.
Handz with a very playable ace-10 of diamonds.
Straddle again to 8k. King 6 suited. That's going to get involved in which way.
Why is he going to get involved, Randy?
Because you know it's Tan Xuan. He wants to be in pots on the button.
Is that a button straddle as well, or big
No.
blind straddle?
It's just the normal straddle.
4K, sorry, 4K ante, rather. 2K, 4K, 4K. Okay.
Yeah, no, these stakes are big. You would just assume it was double or triple straddle to the 8K. But already, it's just a single raised pot and a straddle pot, and there's $78,000 in the middle.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be seeing some 7-figure pots tonight. Oh, hello.
Someone could have just flopped a well flush.
Hello, bottom set. Not thrilled about it though on this monotone texture. Queen, Jack 10, couple of straights available out there.
But still loving it just because you always have outs in case you are behind and you can win a big pot in case they do have a flush or a straight. You need to protect.
Gets 2 quick folds. SD scooping in another one. And what a rare treat for us as well, Randy. You know, we're normally calling the action on, what is it, sub 30 big blind poker where hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes millions, are being exchanged. And now for what feels like the first time in a very long time, I want to say since Cyprus 23, we get to call the action live. 2K, 4K, 4K with an 8K straddle most of the time. And as you would expect, the chat are loving it. JOV saying, Triton, W these streams. Love y'all. Glad you're all enjoying the show.
Yeah, it seems like a round of straddles is on at the moment. Only Sosia had picked. Oh, no, it's offsuit. Never mind. But just have ace king.
你们可真会骗钱呢。
So 9-8 suited for ST opens. Got multiple calls.
连低了都让我强制 straddle。
Heung's got pocket 3s, and that's one of his pocket pairs.
Are you kidding me?
So he's going to get a 150k rebate.
Are you kidding me, man?
哎呀，这他妈怎么老是一块块缺的上头？
What is going on? Just been in here for 5 minutes.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Imagine if you just run bad in that spot. You just a couple of days, you don't get dealt your pair, and you're just handing out 25Ks every time someone.
等一下你看的嘛，我这个在瞎说的嘛。
Crazy.
Squeezing coming.
Oh, hell yeah. I didn't realize Jang's in the straddle. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like 100k, 110k, something like this. Seems reasonable. Wow, she just said all in. Keep it simple. But one hand will be shown still.
I can't believe it.
Look, he looks sad. He's trolling them right now. Oh, he's asking for a count first. I guess he has to play the hand. Then he's going to show his hand.
Wait, hang on. Okay.
He's asking for a count. Wonder if is he seriously considering call threes?
我感觉他懒高张啊。
职业一点。
我1对8。
Is there like a 7-deuce game on or something, Randy?
No, he's setting up the slow roll. Because his pocket pair has been dealt to him. See?
赢了付那个付费。
放25000在前面。
That was good.
8万好不好？
Wow, wow, wow,
He's
wow.
clapping for himself.
Wow. That's incredible.
这个牌还不赌啊，那个牌爆赢了。
All eyes on you as you tank.
再不赌，
Ah, tough spot. I fold. Pocket threes. 150K.
直接赢100万。
你刚
Wow.
早说嘛，跟你一般嘛。
他一对勾敢不敢 all in 嘛，对不对？
Yeah, don't forget, chat. You don't need to call it off with your hand in order to receive the bounty. You just have to show it. You can fold pre,
一对皮可能。
是不是
show your hand.
Sosia, you got ace,
That's it.
ace king?
不是有忘了你自己看不就
Just
完了
gets
吗？
自己
paid.
看，懒得说。
应该知道。
早知道态度这么不好就赌掉了。
还算了，如果我没钱收就
笑死了。没钱收就
自己看，
有钱收就算了。
我也不相信。
因为有钱收才要赌嘛，
对，有钱收才赌。
没钱收怎么赌嘛？说明这手牌是你的 lucky card，这个牌是要中的。
Elton with 5-3 suited. Raises the button. Ace-3 off for Handz. All right, Queen Jack 4 rainbow.
So in the space of 5 minutes, we've seen 2 people win their prop bet hand
Yeah.
for 150K.
And before you came to the booth, we also had one more.
Well, Randy, all I can say is welcome to the Triton Poker Series. You know, this is what's going on behind closed doors.
你可以不抓。
There are rumors that Boss is one of the most winningest poker players in the history of the game. I've heard stories.
How about Elton up $1 million right now?
Wow. What a life. ST Wang down 740, Tan down a cool $500,000. Wang also stuck 370.
Well, if Wayne Heung didn't get dealt pocket threes, he'd be only up $170,000.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, if Handz didn't get dealt, what was it, pocket sevens?
That's true.
He would be stuck 220 instead of 69. So yeah, fair enough. It can make or break your session, man.
And do you see the board up there? So all of the players are aware whose hand is what. Ace King suited. You won't believe this.
Are you serious?
Tan Xuan's pocket pairs are aces and kings. His suited hand, oh, it's 6-8 suited. My bad. Because normally most of the players have been picking the suited hand connected to their pocket pairs so they remember it easier. But he picked 8-6 suited. For some reason, I thought he picked ace king suited.
Okay.
Got me. But like for example, Handz, he picks sevens and deuces and
yeah,
7
seven
suited.
deuce suited, yeah.
Just so you don't forget.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Problem for Wang, yeah.
Oh, man. Because you said they've got more money on the side, those three, right? Tan, Elton, and...
It's not Tan Xuan, it's Wang, Elton, and ST. Tan Xuan's playing regular.
He's like, guys, the stakes are high enough as it is, you know?
I think he likes to concentrate on the actual poker a bit more. He's very methodical. You can see him contemplating sizings. Obviously super deep. Ace-King suited's a powerhouse.
Can I order, please?
It's so awkward, Randy, because in theory they're like 300 bigs deep.
Should be a straddle on this specific hand.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point. Okay, so call it 150. You +1 open, cut off flat, button squeeze to 80k. I mean, what size do you make it? Like, you just come with like 3x, 240?
Probably like 200. Could be a little bit more than that if you do 4-bet. Yeah, let's see. He's cutting out 250, is that?
Yeah.
250, right? 260.
Elton's furious. He wanted to see a flop with the 9-7 suited.
Yeah, had 10 called, he would certainly close the action if a call. Yeah, Wang, even if he's suspicious, Ace-Jack just performs very poorly offsuit as a call. Yeah, looks like he's out.
Just the casual 80k. You know, it's like 3-bet and then has to say goodbye.
Bye-bye 80.
Bye-bye 80. Randy, you've played some sick cash games in your time. How do you just like detach yourself from the monetary value and just focus on the fact that, you know, you're playing a game, you have to look at it in big blinds? Because, like, I'm sat here, right, as someone who doesn't play these kind of games. I'm just like, okay, that's 80 grand, bro.
Yeah, I've played games that I felt were very big, but it looks like pennies compared to this
No,
game,
of course.
you know what I'm saying?
I'm just talking like, you know, you were playing high stakes
It's
back
hard.
in the day.
I mean, when you're playing a game this big, you have to just try your best to take the monetary value out of it. But it's so hard, you know,
Of course.
even the very best.
怎么会一样嘛？你动作都开始了，怎么会一样嘛？怎么会一
Just
样
think
嘛？
about it this way. Play your best poker and you'll be rewarded with money at the end of it.
That's a good strategy.
In the long run, at least.
Yeah, I think that's just in general. Same in tournament poker as well,
我
right?
早知道
Like
你
not
会玩
even
这个东西了。
not even exclusively cash games.
Go after it, Sosia. Jack 7 suited. Playing great so far, from what I've seen in this cash game. ST contemplating cold 4-bet. I believe he will be activating here, expecting the button to,
妈的，不可能比我大。
you know, just take advantage in position against Wang as open. Probably brings in like 100k-ish, maybe a little more. You can see him already taking back his chips. Cuts out 115.
是不是对你好了好起来？
最后是我最吃亏。
Easy
我最吃亏
game.
好吧？我本来是 raise 2万，一个 raise 7万，我这边本来少了1万。
他妈的！
我直播不能骂人的，你的形象毁了，说实话
没错，他就等你等啊。
对呀，我本来很温柔的，很客气，对。
你输7万，
没有。
现在你们每人减
没有
半。
不一样，你多一
What's
个
the
人。
argument about, Randy?
Oh, you wanted
好的，
to
我秒发
use my
牌，
translation
你不跟
services.
I'm assuming it's something along the lines of like, God damn it, I wanted to see a flop. Why did you call 4-bet? And Essie's like, no, I had it. I had a legit hand. And then Sosia's like, no, you didn't. You probably had like ace-5 suited or something. And he was like, yeah, you got me.
You got the full conversation on both sides now. All right.
我比
So,
S 皮蛋大，
I've
我
been
肯定
studying. I've been in the
对
lab.
啊，那就说明
Not the GTO Wizard lab, but the
那等一
the
下
loose
等一下我再
translation.
补一个10抓的，就是
对
圈对吧？
对，现在就是只是唐老板欠一个 straddle，对，
最后一个得是我。
本来你是最后一个，现在你倒数第二个。
这直接上头了，真是。
$70K in the middle here.
Sixes made a set.
Wow, what a spicy turn card. Wang's picked up the nut flush draw. Handz turning the set.
Can easily see Wang attack with ace-10 suited, ace-10 offsuit with ace of spades, but he checks it over. Obviously, the set is so disguised.
Well, he didn't get after it by betting himself, but will he get after it here in the form of check raise to really put the pressure on?
Pretty tempting given kind of the weak line Handz took. It seems like he could try to fold out a lot of hands. So, plays the call though, which is good news for him as the set was never going to fold on the turn.
If Handz bets it, you know, Randy, there's a world where Wang just sends it home.
Of course it's possible. Seems a bit unlikely just given the line he took, but TBD. Probably depends on what size Handz goes for first. Feel like Handz needs to target the queen. King, queen, queen 10, that probably play passively. Yeah, you see him size down a little bit because he doesn't want a one pair hand to fold on this very dangerous run out.
Yeah, just 60% pot. I want to say, given the theatrics, that Wang's never doing anything in the form of aggressive line.
Yeah, usually you would be right. I also would be shocked if you would consider a call of just ace-10 high. So surely maybe it is a jam or fold spot that he's thinking about. You might just think Handz doesn't have many flushes with the line that he's taken. Eventually passes.
Yeah, he was mulling over that one. Maybe trying to find some like offsuit combos that Handz can have, like King X of spades, but most of them are paired up. It'd have to be like King 8 the king of spades, which just isn't in there. Chewed on it for a bit, but understandable. Take your time. Strong was saying, is this live or a replay? Strongbow, we are live from the Maestral Casino and Resort here in Montenegro, the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Today we saw 2 champions crowned in the first and second event. We thought, why not just continue the coverage? A little 2K, 4K, 4K for the fans. And then tomorrow we'll play down to a champion in event number 3.
I mean, today has to be one of the best days of poker ever streamed. Well, we had Xuan winning the first event, Foxen after, and now this game. Well, ace-9 offsuit, very out of line from Handz.
The only problem with this, Randy, is the money being exchanged here in some of these pots, in some of these cash games. We see Elton up $1 million. Is more than we've awarded in first prize payouts so far in the 2 tournaments we had earlier today.
They're just flicking in rebuys in every single pot.
It's just incredible. King 5-4. Rainbow and disconnected. Beautiful spot. For Handz to just fire out a C-bet on.
Yeah, you pretty much see bet range on king high textures and 3-bet pot, especially in position. You have all the ace kings where your opponent does not.
没有，他可能以为你不是香港。一圈结束了是吧？是吗？一圈结束了是吧？妈的，
这能看到板吗？
妈还得补一圈呢，我操！
Still no massive collisions post-flop, at least since I've been in here. These 2 hands could collide. Certain ball textures. Not on that one though. That's all ST. Elton's having a great old time. Up $1 million.
留一打一圈。
Simple pot.
Six-figure side bets is just insane, by the way. I've played some big props before, but
肯定啊，错过了再补，那么万一赔输了，肯定心里不舒服了嘛。是不是？
他没，我觉得是没放那把已经3个人不舒服了。
我已经吃亏了。
你再放一下。
yeah, it makes the stakes that that 99.9% of humans have played just
Not exist.
I thought I was bowling with some of the side bets I've played.
So he's king, king, jack, 6-4, king, queen. These are some solid hands. And there's squeeze incoming. Bad timing.
Yeah, Wang's just been bleeding chips with these ill-timed 3 bets and the squeezes.
But he's doing it with solid hands and, you know, situations. It's just unfortunate that he's running into ace king every single time so far. Let's see how Sosia wants to play in this spot. She did raise from under the gun.
145.
Technically, you know, Wang is squeezing range, supposed to be a little bit tighter. She makes 145.
老师要搞。
Should be the end of this hand. Wang is probably thinking, man, every single time I play back, someone 4-bets me.
Sosia.
You can certainly feel that way. The psychological warfare in this game, not to be sniffed at. You can see some very visible signs of frustration there.
Well, he burned 80K previous time. This time 65,000 on squeeze.
问都不问。
这是电视起码半年以后。
First on the scene, Jeju 2024
说了1个小时以后。
cashed 5 of the 8 tournaments he
不允许
played
在
there, including a 7th place
跟他
finish
开
in
玩笑，不允许坐
150K.
在桌子上看那个
什么开玩笑？我没有开玩笑。
Came
为什么要坐在
third.
桌子上看？
不是
等一下看不到。
能不能看是一回事，
Jeju
是不是1个小时以后
2025
这是一回事，这是2件事。
150K for 2
就晚
million.
1个小时，这是
晚1个小时他会放，可是
Wang's
本
no
来就已经
slouch.
说好了，不让我们
Some
在桌子
impressive
一边打一边看。
没人一边打一边
balls
看。
under his belt.
手机
哦，
的那个
Shows
我
up
还
for
以
all
为
the
你
big
说放
stuff.
直播
我说
这种
一会儿嘛
Obviously the big cash
他的
game.
意思就是像济州岛这样的录了很久没有放。
哦，对对
我的意
对，
思是说这个录完。
By the way, if there is
Ah,
anyone in the
是的，
chat
是的。
that understands Mandarin
你跟谁赌？
and wants Randy and I to stop talking over the players,
跟我没关系。
feel free to let us know.
别说，
神经病吧？
Aces. Wang now.
Is this his
都
pair,
不能
Randy?
说
It is not.
Ay, yeah.
It is Tan
对，
Xuan's
都不
pair.
能说济州岛的前几个月。
What?
哦
He will be
我
winning this
什么
spot
一
most
赔10对吧？
likely when he puts in the 4-bet.
然后但是你说你给我1赔10嘛，对吧？
Playing about 200 big blinds deep.
不，至少1赔5，我忘记1赔几了，但是至少有一个很高的赔率我才捡的。
赔多少都忘记了那个，哎，
你知道吗？他刚刚放出来一些以前录的现金局，是我3年前打的局。
Oh, nice little claw back there.
我忘
Would
了
have preferred some
我忘了
action.
至少1赔5以上。你自己说的，不是我开的。
好像是，反正1赔几来的，我真忘了。
那如果真的1赔的话
1赔3，3没有2的，
没有2的，我跟你说，2是我不会接的
没，有2，
因为你给的赔率是比 pot 高的，
不是3就是5，我可以确定，
我也确定，
不是3就是5。
我也确定
这。个我是肯定的，他1赔1的赔率我给那么高，
1赔1，
因为你特别有信心，
对你特别肯定。
你说随便那个什么
最多1赔。
Great question in the chat. Someone saying every time they throw in the big blind, they throw in more chips. That's because we have a big
对，我也
blind
是
ante.
我也不是很知道怎么打。
哦，
然后你说了一个很高的赔率，我想这个
To sweeten the deal.
我都不知道你们怎么打的。哦，我们1赔1跟你赌啊，你怎么脑子有问题
Looks like we're gonna be taking a 3-bet pot. Pocket 7's out of position for
我1赔
Wang.
3的保守估计了。
我跟你说1赔5，真的1赔5，是你自己说的。不过我现在可以不算，不过我当时你真的说是1赔5，
对，
我无所谓，这波赌来本来也很小。
为什么
70K out
我们
there.
就是因为赔率好，我们赌。
I currently understand about as much of this conversation
And
as you
once
do.
more, not going to see that post-flop collision
我只知道大概，一个4D 然后什么第4路没打，
we've been looking for.
It's going to be very tough for Wang to continue against the C-bet. An ace-queen, instant fold.
我们赌不是因为赌他 是透气还是不是透气，其实我也
No, no, the speaking
说那个
Mandarin,
赔
but
率
they
很
just
夸张，比这锅
roll it back and forth. and
合适。
Oh, hang on, Randy.
Like,
Ahmed Studio said not a good table for a cash game. Good
5万
night.
我干嘛不那个嘛？
Pull the plug, guys.
所以我才
Pull
肯
the plug.
定嘛。
Oh, the viewership went down by 1. How sad is that?
Sorry, this 2K, 4K, 4K with an 8K shadow is no good. Not a good cash
我
game.
忘记是因为我都
Randy
不
and
知道
I will
他
be
们
back
怎么
tomorrow
赌
for the
也不
30K.
知道赔率是多少。
Thanks,
也不知道
guys.
some kind of bet was
小
made.
嘛。
No record was made of like yours
Literally
that was
six-figure
no
props
record
going
was
on.
made of like how much was the project currently
是不赌
debated.
了，我是说不清楚就不赌嘛。我现在也可以聊啊，你现在再开个赔率，你说1赔2我不接嘛，说1赔5我接嘛。
Tony's saying you two said during Montenegro last year you'd work on the Mandarin to translate the convos for us. Let us all down. Tony,
我抓回来了啊。
you're lying.
Okay.
You're bluffing at this very conversation. Do you know how I know that you're lying?
How?
It's because I wasn't here
找
last
你
year
啊，看你这么
for
嚣
the
张。
Montenegro series.
There we go.
So, nice try.
Do you know what's amazing for me about Tony's comment? Is that Tom E wrote the same exact comment, so is he just multi-counting?
上头了，我操！但是我感
Fair.
觉
I love
吧
it.
没怎么牌。
It's a good troll. Nice try, guys, but you need to get better at bluffing.
对。
Randy and I just beat you.
我这个
Heads up.
我这个牌子你卡在我这个点。
Oh, hello.
That's a fun one.
See some fireworks. Oh, King, Jack, Trey. Couple of clubs.
你应该比我大。
So this is a straddled pot, 10 defending king 6 offsuit. Yeah, Xuan's the type of player who's very methodical. He takes his time while playing. And you can see he's going for a check raise, it looks like. See a white chip and a couple of blues.
It's a really small check raise, Randy. A little 2.5x.
Yeah, he wants to invite Handz to continue like gut shots, maybe some like Jack X. And he doesn't want to overinflate the pot because, you know, he does have some potential kicker concerns. He knows he check raise bluffs a lot, so he wants to put some king X's in his range. It's a good turn card for Tan. Doesn't complicate things in terms of straights coming in or flushes. It's very fun to watch how he navigates. Looks like he goes for a check. And I'm sure Tan does this with his air. He check raises and, you know, he gives up. So that's why he check raised the king, to kind of protect his weaker range.
Elton took the free card.
You know, it's very nice by Elton. A lot of people will be very tempted to bet the nut flush draw in position after their opponent check raise checks. Let's see if he can consider cobbling some value.
I feel like he opens the door to just get put in the bin here, Randy. I mean, Elton has all the ace queen. Tan has none. Come out with half pot. The line that Elton's taken does include some ace queen, right? Stab flop, call the check raise, drawing live to the nuts, then check behind on the turn.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely has some ace queen. In terms of other strong hands, probably king 10 would make sense. That could value raise. We're just going to let it go. Just because you have these hands in your range doesn't mean you need to auto raise every single time. 100% frequency.
I disagree.
I know you want to see it. It's always fun to watch.
Just make it 400k and watch the other guy's top pair shrivel. What? You gonna pay him 400k with king 6? Okay, good luck, buddy.
.那1赔3还赌不赌嘛？
啊，
1赔3，
Wang ace deuce suited.
这基本上就1赔
怎。么赔率
And
嘛？
he
下
topped up
降
a
的
lot of money because he's sitting on $1.5 million now.
但1赔3，我说实话，我
Oh,
我都
okay,
不
I
知道
see
的
how
情
it
况下，
is.
我不会跟你。
I see how it is.
我妈的，我妈他秀牌给你看，我也不知道，我操！
Like they're not happy being like 200 big blinds deep. They want to be 400 big blinds deep.
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? I'm buried 700k.
好，我听你们几个聊天都。
Yeah, how else am I meant to get out the hole?
He wants to win one hand to be hugely into
那
profit.
我只能告诉你，牌是没有秀的。对，那你们可以继续聊。那1赔3我是不赌的，因为我是不知道。
That is a great
我就没有
strategy.
觉得他
Think
投，我也
about
没
it.
有不赌。不是啊，
Just skip
不是我
the
没有
break-even part.
他投
Just
我也没有
martingale your
他
way.
1赔3，
或者是1赔3吗？
那肯定嘛，靠1分赢3分嘛，不是1赔。
Martingale your way to profit.
他只要33%就能 call 了，甚至都不要。
送100，
所以说你开的赔率肯定是，对吧？是对的嘛。
或者是1赔3，对，1万赔3。
肯定是，反正是够赔率，我
是因为你很肯定你自己开的赔率。
啊，那可能那应该是1赔5，应该是。
我这不算了，无所谓
抓了呀
也不占你便宜，对吧？你只要不想赌就无所谓。这1赔3的我不接。
It's like the straddle's on by Elton.
我冲那个赔率去的，就这么
And
简单。
suited for Wang.
抓自己抓自己啊！
自己抓自己。
对他这把是自己抓自己，这把是真的自己抓自己。
那
哎，
还能假？
我顶你，我这边
随便你们想赌就赌，不想赌就不赌了，无所谓了，无所谓。应该是1赔5。
本山是有没有占便宜的？1赔5你又不占便宜的，说实话，万一他一把你也
Whopping coming.
也赔5嘛，
1万赔5万呢。
废话嘛，他妈的不。
算了，就当没赌了啊，简单一点。
Look at Elton leading on the 7-6. It's his type of board, given he defended from the straddle.
I'd get absolutely ruined in this game, Randy.
Look at ace-10 suited making the call too.
I would just get ruined.
There's so much leveling going on. And Elton fire once more. 3 is a good card for him, considering he probably leads some 4Xs and stuff. That would put a lot of pressure on these ace highs. There we go.
This is just an impossible cooldown. And yet the guy is here.
He's in the tank.
He's like, he's genuinely thinking of calling 45k with ace-10. He just doesn't believe this guy.
If Wang calls here, this would be sick. Because there's still one card to go. He's got no draw. What, excuse me, he's grabbed more than 2 whites. No. This is real?
Wow. He just found the 0 equity raise, Randy, to 180k. There's, you know, can we get a G-tier wizard advert running?
I think they're doing maintenance right now.
Thank you.
Because I'm telling you right now, Fairyland was left behind for this one. Okay, this is old school. I don't believe you. I'm gonna raise. This is just nonsense. That's the kind of poker that's being played. I love it.
This is what I love to watch. It's just trying to outlevel each other, try to get the best, and just going with your reads at 2K, 4K, occasionally some 8K straddles, pair game side bets. Elton still biggest winner. ST on the bottom.
All right, that's how things stand. By the way, we got some real-time assistance in the chat. Shout out to Dustin, who's been translating for us, translating for the viewers. Apparently, Wang said if Tan plays any slower, he would need a pillow. I believe it. I do believe it.
就是一个自己抓自己的。
Yago was saying the flop was certainly GTO. Was it approved? The turn probably an EV blunder.
听见。
我听见了，没同意。
啊，我根本没听见。
上头了，上头了，真的上头了。
So 5s and a6 suited. As well as the king 10 off.
Oh my word.
Look at Elton and ST's hands.
Oh my word. Okay. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. We've been calling for a post-flop collision, and we have finally found it. Top set for Wang. Nut flush draw and a gut shot for Elton. This could be fireworks. Just comes with call. I mean, there's that very obvious card, Randy, the 4 of diamonds, that would just end it. 116k in the middle.
Yeah, ST just has to go for a lot of value. Charge flush draw, straight draws, pair straight draws. Ace wheel stuff.
It's important to note that ST is stuck the most in this game. It's currently down 800k. And I have to ask, Randy, you know, in this kind of dynamic, does that cross Elton's mind? Does he just ever think, like, this guy's just steaming? He's just trying to get unstuck?
I'm sure it would under normal circumstances, but these two play with each other all the time at these stakes. So I'm not so sure that's as big of a concern. ST has always come across to me as one of those very calm and collected players at these stakes. He doesn't get tilted.
Big river incoming. As Elton breaks out.
Yeah, still though, it's a $276,000 pot that's going to go ST's way.
I'll take it, Randy. It's a start. It is a start. I was looking, you know, a little 4 of diamonds, a little 10 of diamonds. To, you know, just get our first $1 million pot of the night. Get the juices flowing.
Don't worry. Plenty of more time to go for tonight.
This is the real $1 million game, by the way. This is a cash game special. This stuff happens on the daily at Triton. In fact, normally when the cameras are off, as soon as the cameras are off, everyone's like, hey, reload, can I get another 1 million, 2 million?
Yeah, this is a treat.
I'm glad Handz is in the mix as well, because I've been a huge fan of his. Seen him stateside, battling over there, the highest stakes.
There's a big $235,000 river bet. Elton's like, seriously? No diamond, no 3. It's a little clawback from ST.
Yeah, monster draw there. Elton, but breaking out.
对啊，为什么这么厉害？
太厉害了。
你知道我赢多少吗？
蚊子推。
乱搞乱搞。
So am I right in saying, Randy, well, any minute now, actually,
啊，你可以收锅
they're going to be taking a break from a fairness point of view, just so, like, say you were sat on my direct left, and you just like got a read on me, you know, you just been abusing me, blind v blind or whatever it is, they then mix it up so that, you know, that dynamic can't continue happening, right?
Right. So in the cash games these guys play, it's common practice for them to shuffle the seats every few hours to make it fair. Just in case, you know, you're up against a player who plays better when they have position on you, and sometimes you'll have position. It's a complete random seat draw, but it happens every couple hours. And I've seen this very regularly in the Triton cash games.
Man, just saying, Wang should have chose aces, by the way, as
Yeah,
as his prop bet hand, because yeah, he would have been.
不是你们两个
up
不是应该反过来
300K.
问吗？你上6是不是？反过来问听着还比较合理一点。嗯，对我上6，对我把 A3破了。像 A3，讲一个 A3 的故事。
There we go, a little king 4 suited in the cutoff.
上的故事啊。
Wayne would have been kicked from the game if he didn't open that.
Ace king suited. Man, imagine if Wang had picked ace king and aces and kings. He'd be up a lot of money.
我怎么感觉你们都，我有牌你们就都不来了，我没牌就4打了。
Yeah, I still haven't
你
seen
有
the
牌我们都
suited
来，我们是
hand.
鱼啊。
But you get double if you hit the suited hand.
Yeah.
But there's less combos
我
of
真的
that.
上头，
Pocket
也
pairs.
太难搞了。我真的你们看到牌，这直播的吧？不是吧？
对啊，
就是真的直播的，就是
对啊，
实时直播。
延迟1个小时也不算实时了。
我感觉没有延迟啊，我感觉
太松了，
上头啊，真的是。
妈的！
哎，无所谓了，搞进去，
不用让你去看，
赢了赢
把 A
钱，
把 A
对吧？输了赢流量，
刚刚只有个 AK 啊，
双赢的事情肯定划算吧？靠了
啊，
这个同花的牌丢掉多没面子。
没有
流量
第
有
3排吧
吧？，
应该也扣不了的吧？
肯定有用
黑，是同花。
是都
啊，所以说嘛，我有牌，你们
是不一定有
没牌嘛
用。，但其他人有用。
对啊，
关键我对子还没中，我刚刚是 AK 同色，
还有什么？
谁的牌啊这个？没人有 AK 啊。
对，昨天谭老板拿 AK，他今天换了。
Handz has got ace king. Makes it 45k to go. Elton in position.
He's gonna play one with 4-3 suited. Obviously, if he hits his hand, it's very disguised. Here we go.
No bueno for Elton, who, by the way, has been bleeding. Randy was playing around 1.9. He's dropped down to 1.5. As Handz fires out a C-bet. And Handz is really trending in the right direction now.
Very nice. Not too long ago, he had about a 330k stack.
Huh?
About doubled it now from some post-flop hands.
没有牌啊。
谭老板现在不投机，难打。
他不是不投机，他是紧现在，
OK，thank you。
他是不入池，不是不投，
给我这，
入池可能还是会投机。
抓一把啊，
抓一把，抓一把。
抓一把无所谓了。
抓一把啦。
现在都变得这么紧了哈。
You know, Chen saying we need Andy Nee. Would love to see Andy in the mix.
Oh, if he was around, he would be
谭老板
playing
如
this
果抓
game.
一把，我就补一个。
谭老板，你抓一把，索西亚就抓一把，
为什么我的你就 raise 那么大干嘛？
你难抢一点吧，要多一点。
Thank you。
Jack on Jack violence. Wang outkicked pre-flop.
打一圈嘛。
对啊，
He's found his 3 outer on the 9-6-4.
然后我们先打一圈邀约。
Jang with an interesting hand here. Can certainly see a
C-bet
2 overs, backdoor clubs interaction with that 9 of clubs on board.
Notice she went full pot.
慢慢回。
Sees the potential doubles and triple barrels she can follow through with. Ideally take it down a flop, but that'll never happen against top pair. And against the bigger sizing, it's a bit polar, so you never really want to raise the flop. You want to pot control and also leave the bluffs in there. Not really the turn card you're looking for,
哎，你刚刚赢了谭老板，
considering
这样上去的是，
big double barrels.
有波动都不行。
Not with this hand at least.
没有啊，我说我有牌，他有我 AA 啊。
Checks through as expected
说我让你们能看到我。
as the trips up.
欧本我大1万嘛。
Not going to get any value, unfortunately, for him.
没有啊。
Yeah, but it's a good card for him. He can value bet quite sizable, very safely. He has a lot of missed straight draws in his range.
这10杂毛啊。对，这是算这样子。哦，大的肯定是贴10。
Sharon Ben David saying any PLO cash game stream this time, Henry? Not that I'm aware of, although do you have the 100k PLO main?
这呀，什么牌打这么大？
Who knows?
80你都赌出来，发了什么啊？刚才。
You never know who's going to turn up to a Triton event. That's the thing is.
70啊，80啊。
You know, sometimes you just get random people show up and they're like, hey, I'm going to play some 2k, 4k PLO.
Sometimes I believe they do play PLO.
Yeah.
But they definitely like no limit's the main game. That's common. And they've spiced it up with these little side bet games like pair game, squid game.
自闭，我还以为你说刚刚打的，刚刚。
这把为什么要赌啊？就是买一个那
But
个。
it's not like they don't play PLO.
嗯，找这个问题。
I also feel like
他的问题。
from a
这么多问题，
streaming
你最近输多少啊？
and entertainment point of view,
啊，
他的问题就赢少了。
no limit hold'em is just it,
打的没问题又赢
it's
500。
more fun. Look, man, I play PLO. I love the game, but it's
这个问题。
just not as fun when it's streamed. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, I love no limit hold'em.
Wait,
never leave
Handz
it.
is getting paid, right?
问题跟
He's got
Deuces and sevens. You're right, man. He also hit
这么
sevens
久还没
earlier.
抓全 K 空桃肯定有问题。
Oh, baby.
很久
Once
了
again, he's going to lose the pot and make $150,000.
在香港到就这几天第4天了。
I mean, I assume he's going to lose the pot, given that Ten Xuan's got top pair.
我真的。
你们在香港打牌啊？
那一次嘛，
香港打牌犯法的，我没打过。从来不参与这种赌博的。
旅游的。
我们都只做合法的事情。
肯定啊。
那肯定。
抽机上面的。
46k in the middle.
Seems like a alright spot to check back. Maybe pick off if straightiness misses. Not that card. Straights come in and flushes come in.
抽别人的要判。
抽你的机手就是补贴。
这牌我真的感觉，但是我有点难打。
The jack's usually good in this spot.
我知道你没乱说，就是你的牌我知道。
But I guess it doesn't seem like he can get called by much.
我那个牌呢就比较尴尬。
大部分牌在枪口瑞士都是有一点
See if he bait
哪一
hands
把牌
into
不是？
betting. Nope. So Handz lost his hand, right?
所谓牌的吧
Just kidding.
What's that mean?
I like the way he reveals it.
给钱呢，哎呀。
You know what it
He
means.
waits for someone to notice.
要给钱。
那为什么？
看只要 professional。
他昨天也不那个，也很旺啊。
现在可能差不多。
哪有水下的？昨天
昨天有他昨
他
天
2个对子，1个同花，怎么会水下？他相当于抓了4个对子，我就抓了1个。
OK， 那我不是会计 OK。
150k
哦，你忘了对吧？我提醒你嘛，没走。
just from side
红
bets.
色你没走。
哎呀，我走的时候他是
Just from picking the
红色
right pairs.
Yeah, and I just heard Sosia say this is the 3rd time today, so
但是你想，他是
Handz has won
你说的是
450k.
2次差不多就。
Yeah, we saw 2 of them, deuces and sevens.
算一下，
我就说这
Watch him
2
get
天
7 deuce suited next.
我没有。
不是，我意思是他昨天你看到那2次他就已经没水。
I just want to know which sicko created this game.
Oh, yeah, we played these games many times. We have one in one we do
太
in
上头了，所以我记得很清
in
楚。
PLO
谁抓几把我应该。
is Badugi, trips in the hand or quads in the hand.
Yeah, okay, I've heard of
Yeah.
trips and quads.
昨天谭老板
Badugi's fun because like if you're just card dead,
You
bro.
want Nejad right now?
You give him a chance.
No, but if you're just card dead and you're not picking up any hands and you just keep getting dealt rags, just Badugi after Badugi, at least you kind of get like a little bit of a rebate in the side games.
Right.
Same for the trips, same for the quads. So here's the tail of the tape so far. Chip counts, little 2K, 4K action. ST Wang was down around 800. Nice little bounce back there towards the end. Still down $500,000. Wang Ye also down 437,000. Tan Xuan down 340. Biggest winner of the night is Elton, who was up close to $1 million. He's given some back. Handz, by the way, gone from minus 60k or so to plus 240. He's loving life, as is Sosia Jang, up 300k. But as we all know, that can change in an instant. Look how deep we are. Have multiple 7-figure stacks. It's a 2k, 4k with a 4k ante, 8k straddle. We're going to take a short break, 7, 8, 9 minutes. Go put the kettle on, grab a cup of tea, coffee, whatever it is. Maybe order a takeaway pizza or a kebab. Randy's going to be stepping out. None other than Kevin Rabichow is going to be jumping in with me. We're going to be here calling the action on this incredible game. Randy, thank you so much, man.
See you soon.
And see you viewers in about 8 minutes' time. Peace.
There.
Yeah, ST is hoping to take it down now. Sure, Tan's afraid of the ace, but for this price in position, and he knows that ST is going to see bet his bluffs on ace-high textures, he will be calling in position.
$146K out there. ST knows he's without a paddle. Board goes two-tone. Having the king is really problematic too, because you kind of hope that Tan has the king, queen, king 10 from time to time that he's peeling with.
Right, if you're willing to multi-barrel.
Yeah. He does slow down, however.
Yeah, this is great for Tan Xuan.
Checks it back and improves to aces and queens. Board kicker.
I'm not too sure if Tan Xuan wanted to improve, because technically there are more hands that beat him now, like
Sure.
King Queen, King 10. Let's see, does ST want to represent the ace? Oh, he's going to try. 55. So he's trying to fold out Jack X and maybe Queen X that just is like, well, you got it. It kind of looked like he's getting milked a bit with this third pot bet. That's why you see Tan Xuan not instant calling. There's probably not that many bluffs in ST's range when you think about under normal circumstances. It's a 3-bet from the big blind versus UTG. That's supposed to be a narrow range.
I mean, this line still contains some ace-X, doesn't it?
Of course it does, yeah. It would make a lot of sense. It's a very tough call of Queen Jack.
Oh, my. Is he going to find it?
I think he is. He's like, pay the man his money? Is he going to do it? Between the fingers.
Tense moments for ST, by the way.
Just roll it in. There we go.
Ouch.
Just a pure muck.
Not going to bother showing it, and in turn, neither is Tan. So the mystery will remain intact for the rest of the field.
葫芦都不敢大，大哥。
葫芦都不大啊。
Like 500K, just because everyone gets dealt their pocket
Before
pairs.
It
more
happens.
stand up.
100% it happens.
That's the
And then you get the
tradition.
upstuck tilt sometimes. You're still the biggest winner in the game, and yet somehow you're boiling, and people that are stuck aren't. We've seen those dynamics.
So that's the
Ace
five.
Jack offsuit.
无所谓，又不是他一个人打。
The generally adopted 10K open sizing employed by Sosia, who will take another whack
那么好
at Wayne.
customer
送钱给你了。
谢谢
It's a repeat customer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Must be a good deal.
He's got a loyalty card. He's trying to earn status at Casino Jiang. Meanwhile, 887, he's earned a gut shot and backdoor diamonds on this board. Knuckles over with 26 dimes in the middle. See how Ace Jack approaches. Checking back is Sosia. Now the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Gut shot straight flush draw, but obviously with trips on board, those draws begin to look a lot less favorable.
Could see Wayne shoot out like an overbet in this spot. Looks like he's going to check just because he definitely has clean outs against ace highs that are checking back and put a lot of pressure. Maybe some equity denial from Sosia with ace jack. You know, 3/8 out there's not much the big blind can have, but she'll let the free card roll off, which is good for her. She's got a full house.
No kidding. Very nice jack. A better card than the ace, in fact.
I agree.
Oh, and now Wayne prompted to barrel in a way that he wouldn't have if Sosia had connected with the ace. 8K.
Yeah, Wayne is hoping that ace highs or king highs will just fold for this price.
Now, if you're sat in Jang's seat, do you see limited upside to raising in a spot such as this? Or do you feel compelled?
I feel compelled against this sizing. I believe if my opponent did have the 8, they wouldn't take this line. Like, sure, they might still bet, but they might bet a little bit bigger. Yeah, this is definitely right. You want to charge the 7x going for a little bit of value.
Oh, Wayne now confronted with the 37K tariff.
Yeah, and it's also like, it's not like Wayne can just re-raise, not putting Sosia on like an 8, because Sosia can easily check back at 8 on the turn, and then you're just wasting money.
Yeah, but he might have perceptions that in the big blind, the 8s are supposed to belong to him more so than her as an opener. Granted, we're in the cash game streets and different ranges are constructed.
You're right.
But he could get savage.
But there's only 1 8 left in the deck.
Repping quads, though, is risky business, man. These are tall orders. This isn't a tank to call. This much we know.
No way.
Oh, he's found it. Playing back at Jiang with a 3-bet to 110,000. Is it enough, Randy?
I think not. I'm sure Sosia is very worried about the 8, but for this price, I think you just have to call. Occasionally, you're just up against the same hand.
You don't really expect a jack, though, to do this.
I agree.
It's quads or nothing, isn't it?
It is quads or nothing. But if you don't call here, I mean, for this price, I guess you're just folding everything but quads.
And wouldn't that be too tight?
I would think so, yeah.
She understands the story that's being presented.
Yeah, looks like she's going to make the call.
Yep.
Muck. Everyone just mucks. She's playing great.
She really is.
我说我也是开牌，你想看我可以。
Note, by the way,
对啊，别人不开我也不开。
that Sosia having the mock further than we've been going. 11,000 he
他手里
decides.
不是86。
Tan, pocket deuces, more than enough to keep him interested.
You noticed that, but you know what I noticed about ST? He's topped up his stack. He's got a 745K stack now.
I slept on that.
I think he went up like $500,000.
Listen, he's looking around at some of these guys now sitting super deep and thinking to himself, I don't want to miss out.
A little bit surprised Handz.
Well, welcome back to what might just be the craziest thing I've ever called the action on. Kevin Rabichow jumping in for Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We're live from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro, one of the most stunning countries I've ever had the pleasure of spending time with. And we've got a little cash game action going on, a little 2K, 4K, 4K, $1 million stacks on the table right now. Elton Tsang, the biggest winner of the night so far, up 603,000. But the reality of the situation is I don't care about these numbers right now. Check in with me in 2, 3, 4 hours time, because yes, you're in 600K profit right now. That could literally change in the blink of an eye, especially given some of the shenanigans that are going on with these prop bets, Kevin.
Yeah, I understand they don't even have to do anything special.
Correct.
No skill required
Correct.
to collect $150,000 from the table.
Yeah, so there's a 25K bounty per player. Everyone gets to choose 2 pairs. Handz chose deuces and sevens. Sosia chose aces and sevens. Wang chose threes and eights. ST chose 8s and 9s. Wang chose 9s and 10s. Tan chose aces and kings. And Elton chose kings and queens. And if they get dealt either of those hands, they just win 25K off of every player. It's a bit of a joke, really. Just, you know, 150K.
So what's the procedure?
The procedure
if
is,
you get dealt your hand,
yeah,
and you're just planning on folding pre, you just hang on to it. You show the table right away. Just turn your cards over and be like, I fold, but pay me.
That's I haven't seen that yet. We
That
haven't
hasn't
had
come
that
up.
scenario.
Like,
It does happen a
just
lot
muck
in
it.
these types of games.
Come on. It's like, you want to show? You want to show?
No, I turn it quickly when I have it.
So we had the seat redraw.
Even before the hand ends.
Yeah, just in case you forget.
Which is nice. I like that, by the way.
I just want to get the pot. You know?
Oh, okay. Before you
I've been in some games where I
like,
wished
hold
there
it
had
for
been like
so long, why
a
you
redraw
scared?
after 2-3 hours.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you're playing the overnight shift, 18 hours straight,
I was taught not to
30
get the
hours
cards
straight.
until you get the pot.
Really?
Stuck in the same seat the whole time. It can be rough.
This is in USD as far as I know. Not as far as I know. I do know it's in USD. I don't know why I said as far as I know.
It's a lot of USD. Every time someone's dealt a pair, I'm like, is that his?
Yeah, that's what I keep checking for as well.
SD. Flatting deuces on the button.
No deuce on the flop, though. No deuce on the turn. But deuce is still in the lead.
Everyone trying to get to showdown thus far. Opportunity, perhaps, just to breathe at this pot and steal it away. Maybe not on that queen pairing on the river, though. Everyone's hand looking a lot nicer. Oh, Elton.
This is a value bet, by the way.
Oh, a little pump fake.
And a little slow roll as well. I love it.
差点给你偷掉了。
看到谁啊？
你把你拿的筹码放下来就赢了呀。
他10万吧，应该。
Thank you.
Alexandre saying, what happens when a player wins his chosen hand? Well, he wins $25,000 from everyone else at the table. So given that it's a 7-handed table, you receive 25k times 6, which equates to 150,000. They all chose a suited hand as well, which is obviously tougher to do, in which they would receive 50k from each player. We haven't seen it happen yet, and we will let you know. But it has to be suited. Handz chose 7 deuce. Sosia chose ace queen. Wang chose e3. ST chose jack 6. Wang chose 10-9. Tan chose 6-8. And Elton chose king queen. So keep an eye out for those. That's just 300k right there, you know.
Nice 3-bet out of the big blind there from Wang Yi. 5-4 suited, deep stacked. No straddle on at the moment, is that right?
Doesn't seem it, no.
At least there didn't seem to be one that hand. Would have been Elton.
Miller saying ace king isn't a little too easy. No, it doesn't have to be shown down, guys. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be shown down, so that of course takes away like the advantage of choosing or having to win with like a big hand or something like that.
红花牌是蛮难的，我除了我自己的没拿到过，这一排我一个都没拿到过。
你的牌我拿到2次了，就这会儿。
我操！
This
一
hand
次是红桃，一次是
should
双
be
片。
going Handz' way.
我说这么好拿吗？我都想
Things up.
换
He's
你
gonna
的
check it
手
on over.
啊妈，容易
The
的时候真的
opportunity
挺容易的
for Wayne on the button.
对，就你那天嘛，一直抓。
It's got some good connectivity with this board, but
那时候
hands as well. 3 to a royal.
老外是补满还是赢？
It's only quarter pot,
只有40万，
but Wayne gets away with 1. Nice stab there.
中规能赢那么多？
Yeah, some great recognition there.
30多。
对。
你输1份，赢6份呐，你想想。
那么划算的生意。
对呀。
输1分赢6分，1比6。
I'm trying to think based on this
这个赔率
redraw.
听起来又好像比那个1赔5
What
好多。
lineup I'm kind of looking forward to the most.
但是我也很想知道那把到底是不是偷鸡的。
So this is in trap 1. I like the fact that Wayne's next to Wang Yi. Those two could certainly play some big pots.
不是，那我说信。
先给1张，
半价可以。
看1张，你可以看1张，然后信。
然后呢？
看1张，然后可以
信不信？
半价买。
然后呢？就是你要怎么。
Handz in there with the dominating hearts.
猜中了，怎么样嘛？新的就直接给。
新的给1半嘛，不是这样。对啊。
新的给双份。
双份。
Advantage Wayne for now. He's betting fairly big. Just going to win it right away. That queen on its own, not good enough to continue.
这个肯定那个，肯定妈的抓的人划算他妈太多了，我操！ 他妈你什么赔率？你可以偷多少鸡嘛？他妈的。
Someone pointing out that was the
这
10-9
张 block
suited. No, it
这
doesn't
么
count.
巧，你偷鸡的时候他刚好
Has
就
to be
放
dealt
个
to
block。
Wang, not Wayne.
拿一堆，你不跟我拼呀？刚才你不跟我拼。
We'll let you know. Don't worry. Trust me. If we see it, the players will be letting you know as well.
这么难吗？这个
Well, Wayne might be letting us know in a moment.
Hell yeah.
He's just been dealt one of his pairs.
Second time this stream as well.
信不信？
不信。
Insurance.
可以逃一发。
Is that brown or something?
Ask for some insurance.
Huh?
Just picks up 150k and the
我
pot.
我们已经付了4次了，
直播中
我是没中过。
我也没中过啊。
Just reminds you how much money's on the table when they flip over the one chip.
好像。
昨天你说的我也没中过。
And then you look around and you're like, oh, there's a bunch of stacks of those chips
Yeah,
一天。
on that table.
that's just insane.
It's more than it looks like.
Yeah, why not? Promote,
Some people will get
promote peace, right? Isn't that what it's about? It sounds like sounds like there's nothing wrong with promoting peace.
This is mine.
To me, at least.
No, that's mine.
Okay, sorry.
没事，
Can I have one more sparkling water? My one is missing.
可能在我后卫呢。
算了，无所谓了。
掉你老母！
Oh, hello. Not his chosen pocket pair, but Handz not going to complain about being dealt aces on the button.
Could get some action here, you know.
3-bet to 40,000, pretty affordable.
Could get
With how
action
deep
from
we
both. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, good read. Xuan's in there with King-9 suited. Unfortunate for Wayne that one of his nines is removed.
记录就不知道谁。
我已经不想知道了。
130k in the middle.
不数最好哈，数了还
Three
发
cards
展
to
到
come. Heart in the
这么容易的
window.
6勾。
Jack 6.
随便2张就是6勾。
要6勾干嘛？哦，你今天改6勾了。
Unlikely that Wayne loses
哦，我以为你还
small amount here. At least one street's worth of value.
Oh, I was wondering. Common choice on these paired boards for aces to check behind. Sort of a way ahead, way behind situation. Might get Wayne to put some money in, especially on the spade turn. Pocket nines with a flush draw looking pretty good. You expect Handz to have a lot of ace high. That's a big bet.
Yeah, 78k.
2/3 pot into 2 players, traditionally very strong. Handz, though, recognizing he can beat some value, certainly can beat a bluff. Have to think with the pot this inflated. Neither player going to be thrilled to put a lot more in. Let's see how Wayne interprets that call.
Well, I assume Wayne looking to get his hand to showdown now. I mean, potentially up against like ace king, ace queen with a lone spade.
Yeah, and you could check to try to induce a bluff. If he wants to represent a bluff himself, he could bet small, perhaps. He's checking. How does Handz view this? Big bet on the turn. Are we ever up against trips that got a little gun shy? Or is this just always a given up bluff and a mediocre pocket pair? Pre-flop flatting range has a lot of pocket pairs as well. The position Wayne's in would be a nice find if Handz can value bet here.
Elton's falling asleep.
$125.
That's a great find there.
And you know, we're not done yet.
Would he size this way? Okay, he's just going to get paid. One of the biggest pots of the night. $536,000 pot. Going Handz' way. Fair play, mate. Managing to extract value bet on the river. Handz is crushing it now.
Wrong seat.
Handz is up like
But close.
500,
Not far off.
maybe 600.
Seriously? I don't think I've got kings once this trip. I've been getting aces non-stop.
Is that a reference to his hat, maybe? Any ideas out there in the chat? What it is that is now? That Handz is rocking on that fashionable looking cap. He's back at it with 6-4 suited in the cutoff, and aces have been passed to his left. Sosia Jang. Might not get action, but potential customer sizing things up in the big blind here. Is this so? Tan Xuan's suited hand is 6-8. He's currently deep in the tank with 6-8 offsuit. I think this is a cold 4-bet with the intention of setting up a slow roll on the bounty. And he's just run into 2 aces of Sosia Jang on the button. I mean, unless there's some chance that Tan thinks he has 8-6 suited and he's about to win 150K in this pot. Let's see if Sosia sets the trap or decides to keep raising. Lots of money behind. This is a cold 4-bet to 110,000.
I wonder if this is a tilt raise, Kevin, because his suited hand would obviously be worth 300K here. The 8-6,
oh, right, double. Sorry, double of the 150, so 300K.
Correct.
Excuse me, yeah.
But he's just steaming at the fact that he's looked down at the offsuit combo.
Like he's sweating the hand, looked at the 8-6 red. Oh, the click. Maybe allowing a path to escape. He's out. Was that? I just totally missed that one because I was focused on Tan Xuan. That's Sosia's pair.
That is Sosia's pair.
She gets an extra 150.
Not always.
She does indeed. An extra 150 on top of the 150 or so that was already in the pot. So a nice little 300K uptick for her. Would have loved to have just seen the flat though. You know, you're getting most of the money from kings and queens.
Well, tickets or tables, whatever.
Easy for us to say as we look at the 8-6 offsuit.
Of course.
It's a cold 4-bet.
Table means no. Like you just get your own like table on the VIP area. Yeah.
Hard to fault Jang there. Maybe
他
expecting
不要
action from
啊
a suited
他
ace.
他要勾6啊
Suited Broadway pocket pair.
我拿勾6，你拿这个。
我下巴。
How often do you really sit at the table then?
We're there quite often actually, yeah. Because it's like we get the view of the main stage. So actually,
Pretty cool.
yeah. Yeah, we're actually there quite often, yeah.
3 ways to this flop. Elton opening things up with King-Jack offsuit and flops top 2. Not a lot going on in the other hands here? They're just out. No action.
You know someone I can touch with mine to the table for the second rating?
Yeah. Yeah. But you know they all like there's all like
Sold out.
no, yeah, they're all like they're usually you can buy some. They're like all on you know, like what do they call it? Like
The sites.
no, like a different price basically, you know? Like it's not gonna
Yeah, it's not gonna be cheap. No.
yeah. Not like the regular price, it's like after sales price. So some of these organizers, like some of these agents, they hold up tables for for these spots. People want to buy or something. Yeah.
A couple of big pre-flop hands here.
Talk to you about it later.
Let's see how Elton wants to approach this one. Over $1 million deep. 250 big blinds. Just flatting. Invites Xuan to come along with deuces in position. See how he likes the price. All three of them $1 million deep. No bounties here, just a huge pre-flop pot.
This could be massive. Unfortunately, the ball just not cooperating with us. $10-9-5, 2 diamonds, 218 in the middle.
Wayne was our pre-flop raiser. He passed immediately. Nobody thrilled about this board.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne's just recognizing this is a clear give-up spot. Bad board. Brings backdoor spades, but again, no one thrilled about that turn card. Does feel like whoever sneezes at this takes it down, and it is the pre-flop aggressor reaching for chips. It's a great find.
Again, a big size. 150K. Elton has to figure out, and Tan as well, what are the bluffs squeezing pre-flop that don't bet this flop? A lot of the broadways make a draw. Maybe they think about betting. Now he has to be bluffing with ace high. Some total airball. It feels unlikely. Can Xuan sniff this out?
Oh my word. There's over $500,000 in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. Look at these two holdings. Oh. King ball, 4 ounce. Clock strikes at midnight. Wayne. He had more, I do apologize. The 10 and 9 were also working for him, but the king is a comfortable one.
Yeah, now turns his hand into a value bet, potentially. Can't feel good, though, for diamonds to come in. Spades have missed. Some straight draws have missed. 7-8 suited. Could be a spot where we check and bluff catch. But hand is definitely strong enough to think about betting some size. Does check. Tan can't think his hand is good. Kind of has that look. Like, all right. I guess I'm going to check, but I know you're going to win this pot.
Well, well, well. Wayne Wayne Heung is up to $1.4 million. A lot of things going his way.
下得好，玩家的好。
The prop bets had it twice in the space of an
边
hour.
打边凶。
我都没看你们两个
Now
说
here
因为
this
说
pot
打的有问题，那他收锅呢
It's
就
a
应该
very
是他打
decent
得好。
value.
他肯定打得好啊。
Yeah， 所以我
The
就说
gifted
了
one saying, is this live?
有没有可能3
It
个人
is
都打
indeed.
夸他，
Welcome to the show, the
你在
gifted
就很
one.
有可能3个人都
We
打
had
得
two
有。
final tables for you today. 25k WPT Global Slam followed by event number 2.
打赢不是我打的有问题还是什么？
The 25k when we saw Alex Foxon win his third
你
title.
们2个我打输了。
And then the producers were like, you know what, guys? As if today hasn't already just been perhaps one of the most incredible days in Triton Poker history. How about we just put on a 2k, 4k, 4k game? And we were like, okay, like who's going to say no to that? No one. So here we are with a rare treat. Hope you're enjoying the show. If you are, drop us a like. It only takes a couple of seconds to click the like button, and it really does help, you know, grow the channel. Helps incentivize people to join the stream. I think. I mean, I might be talking out of my back end, but I'm fairly sure the more likes we get, the more YouTube kind of pushes the stream to a wider audience. And let's be honest, who wouldn't want to say thanks to Triton for everything they've been doing with this world-class production, free of charge, by the way. So, you know. Click that like button, Kevin. Have you clicked it?
I
Unbelievable.
have.
Okay.
I have. On every device I have. I've got 7 YouTube accounts as well.
You did that just because of how much you love Triton, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair play, mate.
你就放5000出来不就好了吗？
你少说嘛。
Jed Smith saying this game ain't even that big. You should see the home game me and my buddies play. Well, Jed, feel free to book a jet. Seeing as your buddies play bigger than this, and come on over. We'll host you gladly. We'll pull up a third chair in the booth.
I mean, I
for
was
one of your
thinking,
pals.
let's get this production equipment over to Jed's house ASAP.
Fair. Just
Jed, post your address.
cancel the rest of the series.
We'll draw up a contract. We can be there, no problem. We've got nothing else going on. Casual 3-bet from the ace-5 suited in the cutoff. Wayne Heung makes it 35K. Sure looks like he's going to take it down.
Appreciate the love in the chat. Nicholas saying amazing content as always, guys. Been playing 20 years plus. This is by far the best high stakes cash content streamed on the internet. We're blushing. Thank you. Massive shout out to the players as well. You know, this game is normally going on behind closed doors. It's a very exclusive game that one has to earn their way into by being a certain player type. No pros allowed kind of situation. And yeah, they all agreed. They're willing to come and stream the game for a few hours.
Yeah, no obligation for this game to be happening on this stage.
Jed said, "Sound boys, give me a minute though, just in the middle of $100 million pot." That is a great response. Great response. I love it. Appreciate all of you getting involved, keeping us company here. That's because saying, Triton Poker, the only Friends podcast ending is Henry's fault. I believe it. I take full blame. I don't know how it's my fault, but it probably is. Alright, a little fun one developing here. Single raise pot. Wayne continuing on the Jack 8-7.
Oh.
Sosia just loving life. Was already, you know, enjoying it on the flop. Middle pair, flush draw. Now turning 2 pair.
Yeah, and this can get Wayne in trouble. Ace of spades 9, such an attractive bluffing hand. King on the turn, attractive bluffing card. He's been firing big when he bets as well. That looks like pot. It's exactly pot. He's been keeping track. And when we face a bet this big as Sosia, thoughts maybe start to creep into our mind. We're $1 million deep. He could have 10-9. He could have pocket jacks. Maybe we just call even though our hand is this big.
What a run out. See it. It's improving on every street. I'm sorry, I had to mute my mic for a second because you guys are cracking me up. This should be a nothing burger hand, but Wayne has the ace of spades.
Oh, this could be very dangerous for Wayne. I don't know how you can't continue bluffing here, and Sosia's just made the second nuts on the river.
Yeah, he hasn't come all this way to not bluff.
Literally any size is on the table right now for Wayne. As big as he wants to go. He's got the most important card in the deck. It's a run out where Sosia is very unlikely to have made a flush without this card. Overbet.
Biggest spot of the night is going to be going Sosia's way if she just clicks the call button.
She'll probably take a moment to figure out if raising is on the table. I mean, we can see the 100% check mark. Wayne certainly trying to represent the nut flush. How many hands overbet this river other than a flush for value? The queen and the jack are on board. The 8 and the 7 removed as well. It's kind of hard to have a lower flush. It's not that many combos, but every ace-X, a possibility. Sosia might just flat, even though our hand is huge.
A case of never getting called by worse.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Feels like she's starting to draw the same conclusion. It feels nitty, and it might be. If I was looking at Wayne's hand and he had king-queen right now, we'd be talking about it a different way, but I just don't think he would size in this fashion across this board.
I agree.
With king-queen.
I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, the queen of spades and jack and spades are on board. We kick ourselves, obviously, when we get shown 10-9 of spades, but that really is the only combo that we could get value from, in my opinion.
Yeah, 10-9, and then we've got to start reaching for Wayne to have opened 6-5 and pay us off 6-4, you know, 4-5, these kind of flushes.
我是开花，所以我
I mean, never folding. We know that. Just taking our time, understandably so. Flicks in the call. Wins a $654,000 pot. Sosia Jang now playing north of a milli. How about it?
不能想一想能不能带回去啊？
Tan's like, what's going on? What's with the knit roll? And Sosia's just like, hang on a minute, Tan. How much are you up this session? That's what I thought.
Did seem like, you know, I'm no translator, but Sosia kind of muttered something before calling. Felt like a pre-apology almost, like a sorry for taking this long.
Exactly.
I had to think about the spot, right? Totally reasonable from my point of view.
You're a
but it
deep.
Feels bad when you're the one bluffing.
Of course.
Or when you're the one waiting for the next hand to get dealt so you can collect some bounties and get unstuck.
Can I just point out that there's now 6 7-figure stacks? I mean, even ST Wang's stack is 914k. Sosia up 848,000. Xuan down the most, he's stuck 832k. But again, I really don't care about these numbers right now in the grand scheme of things, because all of this can change in the space of an orbit. So we'll you know, we'll count our chickens at the end of the night. Lando's saying, so this is a cash game and the blinds are 2,000, 4,000 cash. That is correct. 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. Nicholas saying, Henry, played pro for 6 years in Thailand as an expat. Interested to know where your home base was. Mine was always PP. Well, I don't really want to dox myself live on air, but I will. Rawai, Phuket, if you've ever heard of it. Shout out to Coco's Naihan. Missing their coffee. I'll be back home soon. Yeah, we're living out in Rawai for about 3 years. Kevin came to visit not too long ago. I was on a farm.
Yeah. Literally a farm.
That
threw me.
I don't strike you as the type to live on a farm, do I?
I think it was the 2 bulls that were chained up that threw me the most.
Yeah. Yeah, people haven't seen me in my, you know, my jeans and my slacks, my cowboy hat, reining in the horses. I'll go out and wrangle them sometimes, I mean. Especially those bulls, by the way.
I'm assuming this sounds like a troll from me, but yeah.
No, I post my balls regularly on my IG.
You're cattle.
I didn't even. Wow.
You're buffalo.
That was a Freudian slip, by the way. I'm talking about,
to be as clear as possible.
Yeah, my buffalo. Got a couple of horses, some goats. Got about 6 cats. So it's a nice farm. Oh man, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We've officially reached the night shift at this point. 80k out there. Hand's loving life right now. I mean, look at this guy. Doug Pig said, have my small children watching. I'm teaching them about gambling. Can we keep it PG? It's 1 o'clock in the morning, guys. Santosh, where is Santosh, by the way? That is a great question. Would love to see Santosh on this.
100k turn bet, by the way, from Handz. No interest from Wayne in such a steep price with his pair of 7s.
Oh, we got the 8k straddle on. Let's go. Let's go. It's about time. What did you set the line at? For 7-figure pots? You said 2.5, right?
2.5, yeah. How many have we had? Were there any?
0 so far.
Really?
Yeah. Just like a lot of, you know, 3, 4, 5, 600k pots.
Yeah. Well, with deeper stacks and the straddle on, it's more likely than ever.
在这里中还是那边中？在这里吗？是不是这个桌子中的？
Justin saying 95% of viewers are between 3 and 5 p.m. right now. I beg to differ. I've seen our statistics. Interestingly, we don't even have a US city in the top 5 in terms of viewership.
Really?
Yeah. Bangkok's one of our biggest. Taiwan, also huge. Vietnam as well. Yeah, get a lot of Thai viewership. Makes sense, you know, given some of the Thai heroes that show up on tour.
Sosia continuing to make big hands. Not going to materialize into much against Wang Yi's airball here, you would think.
35,000. Oh.
Oh, the show will go on tomorrow,
学到了。
2 p.m. local time. We'll be bringing you coverage of event number 3.
我们可以都同时抓
30K
到了。我这是 OK 的，跟你们都一起
147
share
entries in that one. Top prize of
一起挖。
1,025,000. First of the 7-figure
你的同色是
payouts.
什么？
That one's
哦，我们
shaping
两
up
个有
to be a
点
fun
挡不
one,
住
by
了
the way. See,
挡不住你 A
likes
我
of
可以分就好了嘛。
Chidwick, Ivy,
有道理，有
Linus
道
Love,
理。
Kulev, Barbero, all in the mix.
跟谭旋 all in。我的 K 跳就
Thought I saw Linus in the halls on my way in.
I did, yeah, I saw him
就
as
收
well.
那个
Was talking to a
同
fan.
花钱不少啊。
Thought that was nice. Little 7 deuce action.
Quickly checks over to the man on the button. 6 is often going to be the best hand here. Certainly could check, but more effective perhaps to go this route.
太容易
I
了。
like it.
Let's get some votes coming in the chat.
他是不是不知道
Type in who you think the biggest winner of the night's going to be.
他中文都听得懂。
And then I've got another one for you guys, but I'll give you a couple of minutes to type in who you think the biggest winner of the night's going to be.
真的假的？
Obviously, the smart bet would be Sosia, 'cause she's currently up the most.
感觉得到。
But as I already said, that can change
他属于叫什么来？什么人呢？
in the blink of an eye.
犹太人。搞不好他老家东北的，我操！
Donor asking if
家是东北的。
anybody's watching from an exotic place. We got Azad coming in saying Hull is exotic. Jesmith saying, does Dunstable count as exotic? I mean, it depends, you know. Depends on your upbringing.
There's a little something here. Gut shot straight draw for Tan Xuan. He's going to start betting, and Wayne's not going anywhere with 2 9s.
pot brewing. 98k. You know what I've realized though? Kevin, as the 10 of spades rolls off on the turn, Dan does not want to make a jack high straight. That would give Wayne the boat. I've realized the real difference in play styles in our games versus the games we see stateside. Shout out to Ryan Feldman, by the way.
Yeah.
Hustler Casino. I mean, Ryan, for me, when I think of people in the industry that have done, you know, a lot for the game, Ryan is one of the names that automatically gets thrown into the arena. But the thing I've noticed in the Hustler games is that your stack is just at risk at all times. The Americans play big pots, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
that game in particular.
yeah, they're
as
sitting
well.
down like, you know, 5, 6, 700 big blind average. And it's just like, the pre-flop action is just insane.
That's really what it is. It does feel, in the Triton games, this is both cash game and tournament, in my experience, that there's a lot more technical pre-flop play happening, and even just technical play in general.
Yeah.
Money's in play, but it often happens later in the hand, right?
I agree.
Happens on the river, big bluffs.
Yeah.
Things of that nature. But yeah, they've really created some splashy environments in the cash games you're thinking of.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Shout out to Feldman and co.
Giving this one up as the board pairs twice. King high could have been good, the way the board ran out. I like that shutdown. Wayne's going to take down another one.
Yeah, you know how many times I've seen like 1,000 blinds like, getting in across flop, turn, and river, and like somehow third pair is good.
Yeah.
And it's just played in a way where it's like, yeah, obviously third pair is good. It's like, of course it is. There's only 1,000 blinds in the middle.
Yeah, when you've got 3 players V-pipping 70 to 85,
Like, it's just,
and the standard raise size is 10x.
oh man,
It's a different game.
it is. It really is. Still, something to be said. I'd love to see like a collaboration of sorts.
Maestral.
Brian, if you're listening, you've got my number. Let's make it happen.
电视关了。我说你不中吗？得投诉吗？你？
All 3 blinds are involved. No raises.
You know who else we need? Alan Keating. Keating, where you at? You got his number?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Thought you were asking Jed. No, I don't. Handz, by the way. Is he the only player at this table who's been in that game that you're referring to?
Yeah, I think Handz.
Remember him from the $1 million game? Year and a bit ago?
Even recently, no?
There was a $1 million game, but I don't believe Handz was in that one.
Oh, okay.
Or at least I don't remember seeing him. Really bad turn card for the bottom 2 pair, but still very likely to show down the winner.
Check mark for Handz. Want a small one? Feel like both players unlikely want to put more money in the pot.
Yeah, and if your Handz, it's Kind of just like, well, every straight draw missed. And I have both the pairs on the flop that I'd like to get called by if I bet, so probably just want to check and see if I can induce a bluff. Unfortunately for him.
有时候还没学会读
Perhaps
读那
fortunately.
个
Sosia's
do the
got
board.
a 4.
什么东西 A4啊？
是啊，你那么聪明啊。对啊。
Rohan saying on all the cash game streams I see, Tan just plays like my friend, betting off insane to lose in the end and then smiling. Yeah, Tan's always smiling, man. It's impressive.
I 有一次不小心把小福禄放掉了，因为以为自己被淹掉了那种。
发生过，我也发生过。
It is impressive. He's one of the sickest gamblers out there, I mean.
25.
The guy is pretty gangster. I've seen him hit on a 17 before. 100k blackjack hand, not even joking. Apparently it was the right thing to do. I said it was the right thing to do.
Did he win the hand?
He did not.
It was fairly unlikely.
He was pretty tilted as well. Because he wanted to stick. And everyone was like, Tan, math says against this dealer's combo. No, I don't know, dealer's like showing a 10 or something or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you just, you know, you need to pull here.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, guys, are you crazy? I've got 17. I'm standing. And everyone's just like, Tan, no, mate. Just trust us. We all played this game. We've got it solved. So Tan hits. He obviously busts. But the thing that tilted him was not that he busted, but that the dealer would have busted had he just standard pat on 17.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, he's sick, man. Got a lot of time for him.
Weird spot for Sosia. Just out with 2 10s. Kind of a tournament play, I feel like.
That's pretty.
We're so deep here. I think there was an option just to call the 50k, but you know, maybe that's just me rooting for action. You can see here, Wang wasn't light or anything. Had ace king. There's a million on the table. I'd be hard pressed to fold 2 10s.
Agreed.
杂色同色。
很重要，就杂色就不玩是吧？
Sosia does come out here and play all the tournaments.
打的有问题，
你已经看了是吧？
我不知道啊。
啊，
看什么？
我也感觉是 AK 了，但是
你这个打的
我应该跟的，我打错，打的有问题。
有问题。
Had a deep run in that 25k. That Xuan Liu took down.
真的没
33是没有输的牌的。
没有。
领先太多牌了。
领先所有的 AK。
16个 AK。
16个 AK。就是都是 AK 啊，肯定就是 AK 啊。
对啊。
所以我说了，33没有输的牌啊。
他打的差嘛，打的有问题。
Looks like straddle's off.
再拿回来跑2次。拿回来跑2次，对吧？
像我说了，不会有比你大的牌这样子的，所以。
Oh, Queen 8-3 action. Sosia's just loving life right now. Flopping best, checks it back, and allows Tan to get there.
Reasonable choice.
Yeah.
Certainly do want to try and show this hand down cheap.
I believe. But it's
Unfortunate side effect.
worth going, I believe.
Yep.
搞一圈鱿鱼啊，做累了我感觉。
要站起来搞一圈鱿鱼了吗，张老板？
搞一圈鱿鱼嘛。做着搞，那卡片拿一下。
I wonder.
Been to South America, haven't you?
I wonder what the biggest cash game win in one of the Triton cash games is.
鱿鱼卡。
Weren't we talking about it the other day, that cash game from a while back with Kane Callis, Jason Kuhn?
I remember when that hand first started doing the rounds as well. I feel like that's when everyone was like, okay, yeah, we need to get back out to Macau. Yeah, it's funny. We were speaking with Dietrich Fast just the other night, and he was kind of talking about how once upon a time Triton was nothing but a rumor to the Western players.
Yeah, I like the way he phrased that.
And there were whispers of this new high roller series, very kind of VIP friendly and not many pros. At the time, it was just completely unheard of, outside of what, like a WSOP 100K? Was there even one of those at the time?
I think so. But you're talking about once a year.
Yeah, then of course the super high rollerball, but yeah, there were rumors of the Triton Poker series, and not many Western players believed it.
让你一个球。
应该要抽站位。
Then of course, Fedor won the first ever Triton event. It was like a 200K. Like 2.2 million or whatever it was.
为什么公平呢？
And there were like 4 players sat out. Because they were playing Baccarat. Which I can't help but laugh whenever I say. You sat out of a $200,000 tournament because the Baccarat action is just so good. It's just more important. It takes priority. As I say that, I mean, of course it does. Who am I to judge? You can't squeeze cards in a 200K tournament. Wow.
If the deck is hot, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
You got to stay.
The deck is hot. The deck is hot. On the bubble in that 30K, by the way. Tomorrow we'll be playing down to a winner. You can check out all of the action over on the Triton Poker Plus up. We just thought we'd mix it up, front end of the series. Bring you some 2K, 4K.
2分钟就做了。
10 Xuan. King deuce suited in the cutoff, back in action. He's run into a couple of big hands. See if Wang wants to continue this ace 10 suited. in the small blind. Certainly aware of how wide this cutoff 3-bet can be. And all of a sudden, an uncomfortable spot coming back to Sosia. 3-bet, cold 4-bet if you want to play ace-king off.
Yeah, we just saw her fold the tens pre.
In an action game like this, you do have to sometimes be willing to step out of line. Ace-king's already in the muck.
That's a shame.
Big pickup with ace-10 suited.
That's a real shame. And a couple of hands now where could have seen some big pots.
Huh? They just want to play one round of stand-up game, yeah. Yeah, like a single stand-up game. Starting when the card is available. You have it? 这直接把卡写成什么
？middle card 嘛，公平一点。
啊？
重新抽庄嘛，对吧？
抽到 middle card 嘛。
啊。
中间那张牌。
middle card 啊好 ，middle card。
现在我们7个人嘛，就是抽1到7了，超过7都不算嘛，好吧？超过7就右边那张嘛，好吧？
一是下一个
开始算嘛，第一个开始算啊，
一
就是他嘛。
啊，谁是庄位算嘛？
啊，第一个牌开始算，对。
啊？中间会什么？一是
就，哎，反正抽就行了。
从第一张开始算，
就反正公平的。
对，第一张如果比7大，就第二张。
这比第二张，哪一张是第一张啊？
那边嘛，
顺着来的嘛，
对吧？这边嘛，反正。
They will decide when the game starts. Yeah, ST decides. 那个是第一张还是什么
？7嘛，
就是从老外开始。
从他开始。
哎，刚好嘛。
对。
没有，还有我刷2把嘛。
对，
就是还是很近了。
对，很近。
那就对，那下一把还是正常的，对吧？等下一把。
下一把不算。
OK。
很公平。
还是1万的吗？还是
直接搞一个
1万，
搞个20万的吧，就打水上或者水下吧。
20万，从那个位置推到
节目效果嘛。
会嘛？
你开始先抢嘛，你抢不到，看看还几个人了，那就退嘛，万一抢到了呢，对吧？给你个20万。不想打又没人可以逼着你打。
We'll start in 2 hands. And it'll be for 10K. Yeah, just single stand up, yeah.
Okay, I love it. There we go. Could always rely on Elton Tsang to realize when perhaps the game's playing a bit, you know, snug, tightened up a little bit. He's like, okay, 10K stand up, anyone?
哎呦，我好像中顺了。
A reasonable offer. 2.5 big blinds.
Stand again, but not stand.
那就
对。
Does make big action though. You think it's just because a bounty hand hasn't hit in about 30 minutes?
It's been a bit, yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
And they're just like, guys, we haven't. We need our side bets to hit more often.
Well, it's just a projector.
Falling asleep here.
Yeah, but still, no, the table. Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, nice.
Better than our pizza paper.
Definitely. They made it look decently nice.
Yeah, same colors in it.
Oh. Tan's a pip off of his bounty hand here. 8-5 suited from +1. Hoping for 8-6.
Maybe 6 of clubs hitting the mark. Tan's never folded a suited 2-gapper in his life.
Price is right for 30K. He flops a little piece.
Someone would have flopped. And that flush draw.
ST wanted to start on a big one.
No, we randomly drew where to start for fairness. Yeah. So you got the you had the
Button.
You won the button to start.
I don't know if it's that important.
Huh?
I don't think it's that important.
Really? I can take it. You don't think?
Clean turn card for Ye.
Not important, but I still have edge. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly could go for more value. No doubt he knows the wide range that he's up against right now. Continuing to barrel can be scary, though. Bunch of money behind. Capable opponent. If this bet size shows any bit of marginality, no reason that 10 can't pounce on it with a check raise. Club comes on the river. 5, inconsequential for Tan's hand. Suspect it just sees showdown. Is there any way Wang can go for more value?
Seems incredibly ambitious, but from what we've seen so far tonight, these guys don't mind diving deep into the bucket of hands they're willing to get value from.
Crazy that he's thinking about it. This looks so thin to me. But something about this hand must tell him that Tan does not have a king. Looks like he's checking. Yeah.
Imagine losing a 200k pot and your opponent just laughs in your face.
I think he was trying to... He showed the 8 first, right? Little bit of a bounty slow roll, perhaps.
Yeah, I could see it.
My guess at that translation of the micro exchange.
And Tan down nearly a cool million. Other end of the spectrum. Sosia Jang up $785,000. Handz up 516k. Elton Tsang up 427k. Wayne just chilling. 160k profit.
I've seen this a lot from Wang Yi. So aggressive pre-flop.
开牌啊！
哎，唔可以提人啊！提不可以提人的。
对呀，你为什么要提醒啊？
Sorry，
哦，我操，他真不是，真不知道，我不知道
对啊
开始
不能拿的
了，
妈的！
Was that hand one of stand-up?
啊？
Ah.
Ah, okay.
No, I thought he gonna get it anyway.
No,
Yeah,
not get.
give me one.
No show will not get.
Yeah,
啊，这轮不算，这轮不算。
yeah, I show.
That was that hand. That was the first one.
Yeah, it's first one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the first
Oh, I
one.
think
Yeah,
Gosh.
But if no show, no reminder.
Yeah.
No get. Yeah.
I think
Penalty.
Wang Yi just got
Penalty.
bailed out.
By the
他就
dealer?
赢2个才算。
别人罚1000啊！
Was it by the dealer?
It might have been
妈
Wayne.
的，
Wayne said something to the effect of, I thought he was going to get it anyways.
给钱算了嘛。
我怎么会
我
帮他？
真没反应过来，说实话。
我
Oh,
不打
they've
算
got
帮他。
squids.
他
That's cute.
你提醒不算帮他是
I
什么
like
意思？
that. Nice touch.
你看什么牌啊？
啊
K9
，KK 啊，
K9 同花。
越听越听不懂啊。
没办法，后面不好抢啊。
好嘛，在这里
So
小
for
人
the
还真的是从
uninitiated-
Squid Game 出来的。
Round of squid game or
那
stand-up
小人
game.
那时候说像那个老板上面有个 T
You must win a hand to get one of those little squid figurines. It's the equivalent of sitting down in the stand-up game. Last player left standing, or last player without
我记得之前
a
是
squid
打个距离
is going to pay 10K to everyone else.
都是我们的 ST3 发明
That's
的
a
最早从
60K
新加
penalty.
坡带来香港的。
是你带来的，哇！
Playing
不不不
seven-handed
这个不
here.
是我带来的，这个东西是我带来的。
什么东西啊？鱿鱼
都是 ST 发明
So
的
you。see that
长得
impact
这样的
here.
鱿鱼是我。
对，长得这样的鱿鱼真好。
Hands in the cutoff with queen deuce suited. It's an action inducer.
哎，没，你这个放到牌堆里了嘛？耶，啊？这算不算？
自己，你为什么那么麻烦？你自己 open 不就完了吗？
他忘了嘛？哎呦，真的
Todd's trying to get away with one here.
他差一点，他洗进去
Oh,
就
they're not
没了，
happy.
他自己是
我
忘了。
们没开
Well,
刚
I'm
开
trying to
始
figure out
我都上头了这两手牌。
who told him because he mucked his hand, right?
百分百忘了。
I think he tossed it,
上头了。
and then no one prompted him, and he said show.
Okay.
But his
他们
cards
就
were
是为了
face
让你上
down,
头，不然他们为什么互
tossed
相提
towards
醒
the？muck.
Okay, so he was
He's been-
trolling. He was like fake mucking, knowing full well that he was gonna.
Oh, I think he just realized after throwing his hand that he needed to show. But it hadn't been mucked, so looks like he's gotten away with it. And it's been awarded a squid.
防守啊，有鱼的要防守。
Yeah, immediate shift here. Hands now opening 8-4 suited in the hijack. You don't want to lose that bounty.
Yeah, I mean it's worth like 60K, man.
That penalty, I should say. Tan already has a squid, but still has a good hand and knows that this could be a light raise. So you're going to start charging. Yeah, I like this.
看他板厉害，看他板厉害。
对，
任务还没成功呢，
我要拉
还
拉
成功了，
队，
厉害厉害。
厉害，看他
这个
板
基本
开牌
成功了，这个注码出来很少牌不成功啊。
不用
I
看
think。Wayne just said he got a show.
哦，
啊？
哎，这个档次高。
Trolling, of course. So after a couple of hands of Squid Game, that's how things stand. Nothing much really changing. But if anything crazy were to happen, it would be during this time. With the squid on, you might see some people stepping a little bit too far out of line.
谁做的？哦，太，哦，这个高级，还是个不倒翁呢。
And as you say that,
早该拿出来
Elton
了嘛，这么好的东西
Jack
不拿
9
出来
offsuit
用。
onto the gun. Hands clearly with the plan of getting to the flop affordably, either by open raising or by calling a raise. Hasn't worked out yet. ST Wang with a pretty strong one. He's going to charge. You see that bigger 3-bet as well. Game is getting bigger with that penalty on the line. That's just going to get through.
我不是给了吗？
可以不要鱼的对吧？
可以的。
可以不要鱼。
当时我要的。
So I'm thinking about the side action games that they
丢
have.
到里面，然后
I still haven't seen any of the suited ones. Seen the pair ones a couple of times. Okay, so who hasn't got a squid yet? Handz hasn't got one.
I
Don't
believe.
think Elton has one. Sosia doesn't have one.
Yeah. And Wayne, I think. Those are the 4 remaining squidless players.
Oh, Queen 10 of diamonds. Surely going to get involved here.
Hands with the straddle. Don't think it's mandatory. Sosia's going to get involved. Oh boy.
This is Tan's suited hand, bro.
This is Tan's suited hand.
He's just winning 300k this hand.
And he's going to play it as if he's already up 300. Here comes a raise.
Oh my word. Let's go.
Was he part of the
No.
extra side bet?
No, he
No, right?
wasn't. No.
Remind me who that was?
That was Wang, Elton, and ST.
Gotcha.
Tan was like, you know what, boys, we're already playing big enough as it is. I don't want to get too distracted. And Randy's called the action on him a lot before. Hang on, why is the 5 deuce not hit the muck yet?
I was wondering that myself.
Like, he just thinks that Tan is deliberately getting after people now.
Is there a chance he's seen something that indicates Tan is light? I don't know if that's a path to
Oh, okay.
success. I just forgot he had
Okay.
cards. Okay. He's,
我有个 four 了。
yeah.
哎，我在想什么？我在想。
I'll be honest with you, Kevin. I've spoken with Matt Berkey about these Squid Game dynamics and how much it changes and impacts the game.
Yep.
And you know, he was disappointed in the past that. Wow, hang on, this is just beautiful. Beautiful from Jang. Just recognizing that if anyone's likely to have a trap in this spot, it would be her limping in from +1.
Yeah. And with hands just flatting in the straddle, she's maybe able to remove any top-end hands from his range, thinking that now she can just play a heads-up 3-bet pot against Tan, which Queen 10 suited is more than strong enough to do. Even better if she can get hands out of here. Now, just heads up to try and win that squid, and well ahead pre-flop.
Let's go. 285 in the middle. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
你好像拿了12万5。
Introduction of the Squid Game, and the wheels are off. And how about it? How about it?
12万我
12万。
我给了多少？
King, Jack, 7, 2 spades.
他还你钱吗？
不是，他是拿
Open
了
ender for Sosia.
他多拿了一个白的，好像又多拿一个蓝的，我不确定啊，你要不点一下？
Flush draw for
我看
10.
你有
哦，对。
我
Maybe some concern that the pot is wrong.
啊，多丢了一个，多丢了一个。
OK， 我看错。
Seems to be sorted.
How about it? This could be fireworks. I mean, SPR's around 4. Plenty deep. We know what the firework cards are.
85.
Ace of spades, 9 of spades. Be a disaster for Sosia, who's up the most on the night. But like I said, I don't care who's up mid-game, Kevin. I want to see the final results.
Oh, yeah.
500k, a million can exchange hands in the blink of an eye in this game. Peel one off in position.
I mean,
or do we just try and get ace highs to fold, random hands to fold?
You've got to think that this board is so good for Sosia's range. But Tan, very good at, you know, it's tempting to just snap call this hand on the flop. Good at handling himself at the table, right? So experienced in cash games. Maybe trying to instill a little bit of doubt. Portray that he's thinking about raising, even if he's not.
He would love nothing more than to scoop in this pot and then table the 8-6.
Absolutely.
Get the 50k bounty. 50k bounty from every player, by the way.
Yeah. That's the whole goal for him right now. Sosia's barreling.
Wow.
Oh, that's 300.
That is a huge bet.
Setting up stacks. Claiming to have aces, ace-king. Pocket jacks.
Biggest hand of the night, by far.
And 10 has a front door flush draw. I mean, some concern that he could be dead. But if Sosia has ace-king or aces, he wants to call. But in his mind, you know, we can see he's got 34% in this hand. 41 actually with the chance of chopping, but in his mind, it's a naked flush draw. 9-outer.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, 9 outs is good enough.
$1 million in the pot, going to the river. Welcome to the Triton Poker.
Oh.
High roller series, baby. 9 of diamonds, corner pocket. Sosia with the check mark, 100% next to her name. Just 680,000 back. Please check it on over.
How much relief do you feel as Sosia when you're setting up a $2 million bluff and then you just drill the safest nut card? Well, at least Tan's getting it back. I think he announced fold. Sosia shows to get the squid.
Slow rolling.
Tan's slow rolling the table right now.
不出只有你接啊
你敢打？
？OK， 不敢打，不敢打。
真是你妈的！
Well, Tang gets a little 300k rebate. Sosia scoops the biggest pot of the night. More than $1 million. Picks up the squid. Oh man, I wish he had checked that. That would have been incredible. That could have very easily been a 2 million. But obviously a lot easier for us to see here in the booth. Had Tan been sat there with a hand like, I don't know, ace-7 of clubs, something, would have snapped her off.
Yeah, and even king-jack suited.
Yeah.
King-queen suited. I mean, not an easy fold on the end. Missed flush draw, missed ace-queen.
That's an incredible play. You know, given what we've seen as well. Fair play to Jang. Massive winner on the night now, up around $1.1 million. Yeah, like I was saying, checking the nuts after polarizing on the turn is not standard, guys. She bet B66 on the turn.
Yep.
That doesn't sound very polar to me.
I would say it's polar, but I also think ace-king might need to check on the end. It's pretty thin to pile in the last 700,000, so I'm with you.
Got a little mystery hand brewing. Man, you remember that mystery hand earlier on? The heads up between Foxton and Martirosian.
Oh my.
Oh my indeed.
你看合
52
它
bags
合理发出来，我就不用
in
考
the
虑什么别
middle.
的了，对吧？发不出来才得好好想。
Handz doesn't have a squid. Neither does
发
Elton.
出来你 check 更厉害。
ST Wang's firing out on the 7 deuce deuce. We know what Handz has got. We know he's not going anywhere.
Has ST got a squid?
Don't think so.
I mean, flopping trips on this board when you're 2 of the 3 remaining standing players.
真正的价值最大。
Such a dream spot to be able to fast play
对，打得不好，打得
value when you have so much incentive to bluff.
打得有问题。
不是不好。
我学你。
他妈的赢了多少钱？赢了
I don't think he does have a squid. No, ST does have a squid in front of him.
Okay.
But Handz still,
可以
the image here of fighting for this pot, that's very meaningful for him at the moment.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure Handz is heads up against
我
Elton,
好好
right?
的估分，估过来
That。makes sense. Sosia got
没有了。
hers. Did Wayne get his?
我之前帮你付了多少把？真的是。
I think they're 3. I think there are 3 left with Wayne.
啊。
踢完自己狂中，他
Well, ST's going to continue.
Whoever's idea it was to play squid, fair play, because the wheels are off. This game's getting crazy.
这个牌不过是讲实话，我看没到他肯定是打不出来。啊，你要打不出来。
Clean turn for Handz. And the king might have even improved ST.
就这个量子纠缠，无解的命题，没有意义。
Gotta think a barrel is incoming. How big of a pot do we want with a deuce? Are we betting 200 to set up stacks? 130. Not quite setting up stacks, but we're building a big one here.
Back-to-back monster pots. Just saw Sosia scoop in $1 million plus pot.
这个牌 check raise。
Courtesy of the madness that has followed since the introduction of the Squid game. For those of you unfamiliar, the last person to collect the squid has to pay everyone $10,000. 7-handed game means you'd be losing 60,000. ST's not going anywhere. We've got 440,000 in the middle, going to a river. What do you think, chat? Is ST just setting the trap here? Or has he got value? And like 7s, kings, stronger deuce. I mean, deuce X of diamonds, by the way. And like ace deuce. Still part of his range. What do you do here, Kevin, after check raising, flop, barreling turn, you get to river, medium? I mean, you got trips, but...
So just replaying the hand, ST was the pre-flop raiser. Handz called in the big blind. We were 4 ways on the flop. ST bet into everyone. So while he could have like an ace high, backdoor flush draw type hand, that bet on the flop into 4 maybe leans him a little more towards overpairs. So Handz maybe going to want to size in a way where he can try to get paid off by pocket jacks, pocket queens, ace king, hands like this. Which might be 3rd pot, half pot. I think he said 250. Now that said, nothing stopping ST from having pocket 7s, pocket kings, ace high diamonds. All those hands very reasonable. And I mean, I sure hope we have a jam incoming so we can figure out if that's what it is. because I think Esti can reasonably deduce that hands in the big blind will have a whole bunch of deuce X combos for 3 of a kind.
That he could get to fold.
Well, that he could get to pay if he had ace high flush here, for example.
Right.
I think he's just all in for value, not necessarily worried about the couple of full houses because there's so many trips.
It would be something special.
Keep in mind, Esti has that squid in front of him. No reason for him to be light pre-flop. No reason to be light betting the flop 4 ways with 2 standing players. He's strong on average.
Oh my word. Just throw up.
So gross for hands.
Throw up. You check raise flop. 2 left in the squid game in a spot where, you know, your opponent just thinks you're at it for obvious reasons, that you're desperately trying to win a squid.
If Esti's bluffing here, he's got to take one of those overpairs and recognize exactly what's going on. It's got to be aces with a diamond, queens with a diamond, you know, if he's waiting for blockers. If he just thinks he's going to get the guy to fold, he could have whatever he wants, of course.
If Handz calls this, it's going to be a $1.8 million pot. There's already 1.4 in the middle. This will be one of the biggest televised pots of recent times. I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, Kev, but it did feel like Wang's reaction on the river, the posturing with, you know, the chip shuffling, took his time. It came across as strong from here in the booth, but obviously it's an entirely different scenario when you're out there, under the bright lights on the big stage.
It's so hard too when you have the 4 deuce. First, you're thinking about your value bet, you're coming up with your size. And I have to imagine Handz spent the first minute or 2 of Esti's tank just controlling, you know, his table presence, thinking about wanting to get called. And then Esti, you know.
How much more is it? Or does it cover me? I don't know.
Utters those words all in. And you've just got to jump to a totally different headspace and start making a decision for a $2 million pot.
444 above.
What do we think, ladies and gents? 1 in the chat if you think Esti's bluffing. 2 if you think he's got Handz beat. Just something about Esti's demeanor.
You think he's got it?
It's just giving. Felt like it was giving off a lot of strength. I could be completely wrong, of course, and I'll hold my hands up if that is the case. But it was the chip shuffling and the tank before jamming. That was another thing that I personally felt like I picked up on when Handz asked for a count. But if he's just somehow got here with like 10s with a diamond, and after all of that posturing has just said, you know what, I'm all in, then fair play to the guy, because
yeah,
he's got me fooled from here in the booth.
And just from a bluff catching point of view, neither of Hand's cards particularly relevant here. Very hard for Esti to have a flush that includes the 4 diamonds. Very hard for Esti to have a full house that includes the deuce of hearts.
A little bit more time.
So just a pure bluff catch in this spot. I don't think any removal quality to speak of for this hand.
It would be different if it was like 4 of hearts, deuce of diamonds, right?
Deuce of diamonds could help. Just a different kicker entirely could help. You know, nothing stopping Handz from having ace deuce. And Handz should have full houses here sometimes as well, which are of course going to snap. Handz should have a few flushes as well, which are probably better bluff catchers. The deuce just kind of unimportant.
Man, I love that this is a mystery hand as well. This has just made it even more entertaining to see Handz in the absolute hurt locker.
I think it's pretty obvious what I have.
Poker hospital.
Esti.
Handz saying it's pretty obvious what he has.
By the way, for those curious, Esti's bounty pairs, 8s and 9s. Esti's suited hand, Jack 6 suited, just in case we want to sneak those into the conversation for what he could be holding right now. 8s with a diamond, 9s with a diamond. How sick would that be to get this bluff through and just slam it on the table?
You're too sick.
Oh my God.
That is the way these guys play. It's made the call. Oh my. Oh my. $1.8 million pot going Handz' way. Holy smokes.
Big exhale. That's a huge call.
That is a huge call and a huge bluff. I mean, he had me fooled here in the booth. Credit where credit's due to both players for just a world-class hand of poker, Kevin. A $1.8 million pot.
Absolutely. And what a sick combo to bluff with, too. The 3 pair blocking full houses.
Wow.
Lighter than I expected on the flop, but makes perfect sense on the run out.
Do you just think if the squid's not on, Handz just like snaps?
I think the squid...
I usually fold.
He says I usually fold. I think the squid mostly has an impact on the flop.
Did you hear that as well, Elton? Elton just saying, if there's anyone to fold to, it would be ST.
Really?
Kind of just giving ST less credit for bluffs in that spot. And Elton was even saying, like, it's so tough to find bluffs. I mean, if he's finding the king 6, then what are we even doing here, people? That is the current profit loss. That is real money. USD. Danny Handz is up $1.3 million. Sosia Jang just shy of 1.3 million herself. Biggest loser on the night. ST Wang stuck 1.5 million, but I mean, probably worth it, right? Like, you're down 1.5, but You also just ran one of like the bluffs of the decade. Unsuccessfully, but
It's a pretty good one.
I'd pay that price.
Man, and I really thought Handz was going to fold.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think? Like the final kind of like decision there to call it off. Are we talking purely because of squid, or is there?
So the squid, I kind of started to get into it. I think just widens SD's flop range for continuing because he reads hands for being so desperate to win that pot at the beginning, right? So there's just like a desire for hands to be light in check raising the flop, which means that SD's going to continue lighter to the turn. Once the pot's already like 150, 200K, whatever it was, going to the turn, I think squid starts to kind of fade. And they're just playing poker with whatever ranges they got there with. And from that point on, I mean, ST just kind of played his hand for exactly what it was. He turned top pair, rivered huge blockers, and ran a sick bluff. Speaking of, Tan's playing his own game here.
Yeah, Wayne without a squid. Tan, just asking the question. Do you want to play for it all?
I didn't expect him to have that.
I think he might. If there's anyone to pile in the full million with your ace-king offsuit against, this is your guy. And a chance to make Elton pay out the table.
Oh yeah, that's right.
If he does it. He said all in.
Just a casual $1 million jam.
都是你啦，
都是你，帮你啊，
帮你守一下裂开，走，锅都被端走了。
撞墙
Good
了
thing。he remembered to show.
Oh, good timing for Wayne. Picks up the 185K
最后一条
as
鱼
well
了，这个
as
东西
winning the squid.
我也不敢相信，
啊，
我也不敢相信。
10K flying from Elton
谢谢老板，
谢谢老板。
to
都打
everybody.
这个好啦，没多久，啊，都打鱿鱼吧，
One more squid round.
可以啦，我觉得。
Yes, please.
OK
Okay.
Dude,
Last squid finish. Okay.
how crazy is it?
OK。
可是这个结束就结束了啊，或者是这是
Elton
哎呀，至少
suggests the
电视
squid
结束了
game.
打不打再说嘛。
OK 不
Loses the
下了
squid game
电
for
视
60
会
Gs.
继续
啊，无所
一直打
OK 啊，
But
你再说嘛，我们反正。
out of nowhere just creates some of the most insane content we've had
这为了1万块
from the night.
其实没多少。
$2 million plus pots, one of them being a near $2 million pot.
钱的问题。
防守的人很防守的，主要
an
是防守的
insane
人
hero
特别
call
认真呐。
and an insane bluff.
大家都很认真那个游戏。
防守的人，
防得挺好
防。守的人有点烫，现在。
因为真的是 action 都很多啊，但是
对呀，
人程不一样。
就好玩多了嘛。
So is it on now?
Yes. One more, last one,
One more round is on.
and then it's TV game over, and then we're back to the other room to see what
其
we
实
want
这
to
里
do.
舒服多了，那里他们把门关上很闷。
Loose action right away. Elton's ready to
你昨天晚上不觉得热吗？啊，你
clear his
睡觉了
name for this
是
round.
啊，我觉得是啊，
我觉得是吧？
我觉得烫。
最主要是我桌子
每一
里
天也烫啊
赢过一把，
觉得这里比较好，就凉
舒。服多了，是。 就他们把电视
So they agree to run it back, yeah?
Yep. First round, or second round has already started.
Let's go, baby.
This is the first hand of the new round. Elton missed big time here. He's not liking it, but Handz is going to take down the first. So nice to win the squid early in this game. Not only are you safe, but now the rest of the table is going to just play that much wilder as things go on. So we had the line at 2.5 7-figure pots. Before Squid started, there were 0. One round of Squid, there's 2 of them. One of which was a $2 million pot.
Was it at 0, yeah? I feel like Sosia won a...
That was during Squid. Sosia got her Squid with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
With the Queen 10, but she was up 700k as well from before then. There was...
Oh, did she win? Won a bunch with aces pre. That one was smaller.
Oh, the King 8 of spades as well. That wasn't quite $1 million. It was around 700k.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. Yes, this is cash.
Is...
哇，SC 买多少啊？那个
Oh my.
输150嘛。
输150啊。
Not that the pot has gotten out of hand yet, but Wang Yi has one of his bounty pairs.
Okay. Couple of tens. See if he can win more. Gonna be tough on the Ace King 6 board. If Tan fires out a C-bet, has to be a sizable one.
Yeah, some chance this just goes C-bet fold. Squid is valuable, but don't necessarily want to build a massive pot chasing it. Tan starts with a check, though. Both players happy to try and show down.
One's probably pretty confused here. Content with checking.
Definitely concerns of Tan having queens or jacks. Even some king. Oh.
你还10啊
？Double win.
我操，250啊！哎，
Huge. Picks up the 110k pot, ships another 150 in prop bets.
And gets a shiny souvenir. Golden squid.
风水有问题啊！风水有问题。搬了过来没赢过一把，这一路下一路。啊，打的有问题啊！打的有问题啊！打的有问题。
10,000. Oh.
Two players secured their squid already. Sosia loosening up here as one of the 5 remaining without. ST may be thinking about the same on the button, and he's going to squeeze it. 60k back to Elton. King 9 suited. Not traditionally that strong from +1, but a little wider in all spots right now. Maybe a hand that wants to continue, either by calling or 4-betting.
Oh, baby.
He's going to 4-bet.
Elton's dialed in. I can't believe the amount of money that's just flying around at this table right now.
That's a nice one, too, dynamic-wise. Just to go after the guy who just ran a huge bluff unsuccessfully. It feels like it's so mentally difficult to run an unsuccessful $1 million bluff, and then, what, 20 minutes later, make a light 5-bet jam against Elton. It just feels like the right timing for Elton to make a play like that and the right person.
Could be fireworks. Could be fireworks coming up. Oh, hang on. Handz has his suited bounty combo.
Oh my.
So not only did he just win a $1.85 million pot, he's about to pick up 300K from the rest of the table, 50K ahead.
Oh my.
Oh, so it's just made it 40K.
Big raise. 10 is unbothered by this size. 40's in the middle. On the button. Handz is gonna... Yeah, he's announced fold. This is what I was curious about. Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows, because they know if he had 7s, if he had deuces,
he'd be in here.
He'd be in here for sure. So the only thing that's left is 7 deuce. He's going to pick up 300K. And they are absolutely seething.
How frustrating. Tiny bet here from Jang.
Wow.
Tan still doesn't have a squid. 3 to the steel wheel.
No.
I wouldn't be folding. No sweat for Tan. Can't win without bluffing this one.
Well,
Sosia's going to open the door.
Yeah, she's checked it on over. Dan not taking the bait.
Interesting river, though. Sosia's going to check again, I believe. Hard to seek value with a bad ace when it runs out this way. Tan can represent almost any straight. Feels like the time to bet big. I would love to see an overbet here. We know Sosia has something reasonable. Could be kings or queens. Could be king jack. Ace X. Want to bet big enough that we put pressure on those hands.
85K count.
He's getting snapped. Nice call.
And Sosia's just loving life right now. 1.8 million. Gets the squid. Handz gets the table, the 7 deuce suited. He's going to win $50,000 off everyone else. So on 2 occasions he's had his pocket pair, where he won 150K, 25K from everyone.
Wow.
And now he's the first person, second person to have their suited hand.
Giving me 4,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I did that.
Where he gets 50K from everyone. Times 6 equals 300,000 on the back end of making an epic hero call in a $1.85 million pot just 20 minutes ago.
啊，哈哈哈哈哈哈！差不多时间到我了吧？大家都拿了很多了。
是没过过苦日子，不知道什么叫大家都拿了很多。
2 squids remaining to be won. ST, Tan, and Wayne all in your shot right now. Are the 3 fighting for them? All in a row as well. That's a pretty fun dynamic. Best position among those 3 is Wayne. Gets to see what the other 2 are doing before acting. 7 deuce on the button, but it's only limp to you. I like this call. He's not going to see the flop for free, though. Elton's got kings in the big blind.
Don't do anything too crazy now.
Elton's also going to table this hand when it folds through.
抢那么多条干嘛？
哎呀，拿回
Not
把
for a
了。
squid.
For a
你
bounty.
说到你了就到你了，
真的。
啊，
就这还能？
哦，我还以为你随便亮牌，好嘛，什么连续每一把都得交啊。
他是10万，他是2万5。OK。
Wow.
OK。OK OK OK。
Wow, he just wins 100k off of.
25, 25, 25, 25, 100.
Oh, thank you. For Elton. 25.
Dude, this is getting ridiculous.
100 from ST and 100 from and 100 from Wang. From Wang, yeah. Everybody else 25, yeah.
So he just wins
哎，都说
300k.
差不多到我了，你们都烧的
His
这么快。
Will's picking up the
差不
pot.
多也到我了吧？
The kings.
隔了5分钟了已经。
No,
Bad.
no, we only one.
原来我 SC 在这边快要爆炸。
No double.
而且我没中过对
Well
手，每个人都中过了。
I don't know about you, Kevin, but
都在这里，在这里。
this has been an absolute blast.
啊，
Now, I've thoroughly enjoyed this. Whoever recommended the Squid Game is an absolute legend because it's
还好。千亿中来。
absolute carnage. Fantastic stuff. I mean, that hero call from Handz just highlight of the day. And credit to SC for running one of the most savage bluffs I've seen in recent times.
哎呀，
太紧了，太紧了！你这个怎么玩？你把大盲给搞跑了！
What
我
happened?
真的是上头了。
Elton accidentally exposed his hand.
让你们3个打起
I
来。
think he had 9-8.
嗯。
Handz was about to defend the big blind with a suited 8
Okay.
and just pump faked it once he saw the 8 in the muck and decided to fold instead.
Fair play, saved himself 11k. Handz flopped best.
Oh.
啥意思啊？
Oh. 哦，丢了。
这算了嘛。
我总要偷个鸡吧，他妈的没抓不到，都不能偷鸡啊！啊，我这个偷的比较真嘛。啊，上头啊！
万一你真的让我直接就跟你fold进去，那你就没有。
有，这里真不怕你放进去。
Oh, Wayne's riveted a
铁
winner.
证如山，你不会把这天？
你这挺厉害啊。
Both these players without a squid. Gonna be reasonable willingness for Ton to put in a bet or a check call on the end here. It's a reasonable sized pot. Getting that squid is quite valuable. Wayne snapped him.
So does that mean it's down to ST and Tan, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wow. What a rough night for ST. I mean, he's stuck around 2 million. The good news is that this game is going to run until the early hours of the morning. You go stretch the legs, maybe smoke a cigarette, get some fresh air. Listen, Kevin, you're looking at me strangely. There's nothing quite like going outside, that crisp, cold air just slapping you in the face. You smoke a cigarette, you're down an insane amount of your net worth. But you come back, you know, you come back in strong.
Look at this action, by the way. Both players without squids going straddle, double straddle. And they've been dealt the same hand. Sosia might just want to stay with it. Stay away without a premium right now. Out of position against the two players with the most incentive to battle. 60K overlay on this pot. Whoever wins this hand will avoid paying the table. Sometimes what that means, especially as shallow as ST's playing right now, is we just open rip. And I guarantee he's thinking about it.
I mean, you stuck 2 million. What's another 300K?
There's effectively 100,000 in the pot right now. You've got 350 behind. I think these guys have played enough tournament poker to understand what to do with 4 or 5 blinds, blind versus blind.
Just the chairs are better.
Starting with a limp. Certainly no folding pre-flop happening here. Unless Tan decides to do something wild against this limp.
Snap called that bluff.
No, really.
Come on.
他说是比较好一点。
结果做得不舒服啊。
这个理由你也想得出来？
对呀。
他就这样说。
我们那里头的我的一家店子，都坐不舒服。
Nothing home for both players. Winning this pot non-showdown would be huge, though.
50，哎呀，没了50万过来。
Surely this doesn't check down.
I think it will now. As played. The time for aggression was earlier. Both of them think they can win this at showdown. They're going to chop it up.
A 嗨肯定秒推你了。
真的分钱呢？
真的分钱啊！
肯定是分钱嘛，他是想。
我靠，你怎么对呀？我跟你说，这个分钱概率应该，我觉得少于1/1000吧。因为很多时候翻钱应该就刚好2个人都是拿到有点边缘的牌。不过我
他这个想的就是圈开
Insane.
打这个。
Insane to think
A 嗨还能放过2番。
Handz won a pot worth more than both first prizes we dished out today as well. Alex Foxer won 755K. Xuan Lu won 860K.
我也想说，
Combined 1.6. Handz won a $1.85 million pot.
Are we in the wrong industry, Henry?
啥样子？
I don't know, you're a cash game player, are you
我
not?
跟你说，
迟
Maybe once
早跟你们还回
upon
来
a。time.
搞东西。
I reckon you download Duolingo,
吓死！
you move to
抓
Shanghai
也
for
是
a year,
Elton 叫你抓的，抓我2个人分，2个刚好
learn a bit of the lingo,
对呀
you know,
主牌精准
Get
啊。
yourself with some
主牌
games.
精准。
因为很多时候他拿到一样的牌，
这个不一定要非要一样，技巧挂不上去，技巧都挂不上。
Imagine if Handz turned around and said, "Hey guys,
但是我觉得你们俩大
English only at the table."
挂到8肯定都是 all in 的。
Esty, by the way, after folding his big
我有
blind,
可能，他有可能哦，我不一定。
giving Tan the opportunity perhaps to win this squid. He'll defend the big blind and play a heads-up pot against Elton.
什么东西？你们在聊什么？我听也听不懂。由于只有6万，后面35万，圈8就要 all in 了。说的东西我也听不懂，什么意思啊？
自己聊自己。
Not quite enough there.
7万嘛，还有钱差不多3万多了。
管理系嘛。
你赢1万嘛，他肯定赚7万。
Can't even English. It's 2 a.m. guys, I do apologize. Frustrating day in the office for Tan and SD. 2 of the
真厉害，
guys
真分錢。
perhaps
哎，那个可以打到半个小时也有可
most
能。
well versed.
其实
play
他
these
们不用
stakes.
急，你可以慢慢一路不收锅，就一路大家都可以打到一点。
可以呀。
打了1万。
你是会聊天的，我靠。
真的吗？
你够贡献的，你坐在这里，这椅子这么不舒服，你还愿意多打几手牌。
Isn't it nice to just be up a bunch of money when 2 guys are just stuck? You're at a 7-handed table. So that's what it feels like right now. Everyone's laughing, joshing around, you know? It's easy when you're up 7 figures.
Look at this, by the way. Sosia flatting the ace-king off. And I don't think it's because she's 2 million deep with hands. I think it's because the 2 players behind in the blinds have insane incentive to go after this pot. Try to catch a squeeze from a squid hunter like Tan Xuan. They don't take the bait. 4 ways to the flop.
See if Tan or ST can flop enough of a piece. No. Again, the show goes on. Do you believe we're wrapping things up at the conclusion of this squid game? That's what I've been told. Oh, hello.
An opportunity.
Yeah, perhaps I spoke too soon.
But Sosia has continued to trap. Checking behind, in position with top pair, top kicker. If ST goes after this pot, she will not be folding. $40K. Tan can't fight. He can just stand by and watch to see if ST's going to get the squid before him.
还有一张。
Yeah, she's just going to set the trap. 144,000 in the middle. No diamond. Probably comes as no surprise. When it's not your night, it's just not your night.
ST's got to figure out if there's any opportunity to bluff here. He's just going to give it up. A tough choice to make. It's actually shown a lot of patience in a relatively desperate setup to go after this squid.
Yeah, I agree.
Hard to do when you're stuck this amount.
Rooting for very hard now. They're way.
Can tell a lot of energy is being put into
I think so.
really just survival, not wanting to punt off the rest.
Isn't here since noon. Understand?
I have a feeling I'm gonna hit one more. Just hit one. Oh, more than 100 to 1, right? You give me 100 to 1? I will hit this hand. Or I hit before I leave.
We switch off or turn it on in 5 minutes.
I don't know.
100 to 1, no? The odds have to be way more than 100 to 1.
Pocket tens for Elton. He's opening into a couple of guys that are steaming right now.
Saw him kind of taking a glance to see who was in the blinds.
Yeah.
Maybe would have raised larger if it was Esty in the small and Tan in the big.
Wow, Tan's just feeling the queen 3.
I mean, honestly, he has to.
Yeah, I know.
Once Esty's in this pot, he just can't afford to fold and let him go after it on his own, you know?
Yeah, I completely understand.
I think it's the right call.
It's just madness. Well, Esty is in fantastic shape to finally end the pain and suffering. 44k in the middle. Comes out with a sizable 35k. It's top and bottom. Dan has to let it go.
That's a tough fold to make as well. Actually a little surprised he did. But Elton getting the chance to close the action. Likes his chances with the gut shot, backdoor clubs.
Oh my.
Oh no. Can it get any worse for SD?
What on earth is going on?
Tan, by the way, would have made the straight had he stuck around with his queen. Watching for his reaction. He's over it. Feels like Elton probably knows he's good, given that turn check in this situation. You know, if SD were to have a straight or a flush draw, again, there's just so much incentive for him to keep going after this pot. So it really does feel like this was a top pair or a 2-pair hand. See if Elton can put that together and get some value here from 3 tens. Half pot. Nice find. SD knows it.
SD just like shaking his head as if to say, wow man, is this really going to cost me another 60k? Ah, that's a good fold.
Yeah, again, just that discipline. I mean, you're supposed to be getting 3 to 1 there, effectively getting 4 to 1 because there's a 60k overlay if he's right. It's just making the correct fold in a very tough moment.
Yeah, that's impressive. That is impressive. Because just given the situation, he's managed to stay disciplined in a couple of spots, which is really telling. Got the straddle on.
免费送的。
Got the 8K on. They were saying SD running bad, but makes tough folds. Yeah, it's been impressive.
Oh, that just feels unfair.
Is it one of his bounty hands as well? Let me double check.
Oh my god, I think it is. Oh, you're right. It's aces and kings.
Wow. I mean, it's just the final.
He's been dealt his bounty hand. He's isolating the guy he's fighting for the last squid. Looks like a squeeze play on the button.
Hang on, you know, ST's still got 23%. Okay. Let's not celebrate too soon. But yeah, this is pretty wild.
Oh boy.
Jeej?
It's not. Again, it's 120k pot. There's 60k implications if we lose the hand. ST's flopped a gut shot against a presumably wide range pre-flop.
Yeah. If Tan comes with like a smallish sizing, it could just be game over. Especially if ST thinks that like, okay, I have fold equity here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be crazy to check jam the flop. The problem is you don't have a lot of fold equity. I mean, if Tan had King Jack and SD just piles in, you know, what is it, a pot size bet? Oh, he's already made the check call, so I guess I don't have to explain, but to finish my thought, it's a 7 high board, there's a flush draw out there. Tan might just flick it in with 2 overs. So I like the choice to just call. We have 6 high. If we don't improve by the end, and if we don't give ourselves a chance to bluff effectively on the river, we're just going to lose the 60k anyways.
Well, the squid game is going to be over. That much we know. One of these two is going to be winning the hand, as we see Wayne unmic himself.
Maybe they both have queen 4.
As he knows that this is all over.
This is cheeky from
This
Tan.
is really cheeky, yeah.
I thought maybe he was going to set the trap by checking behind double flush draw blockers.
I mean, now he's getting, what, 6-1?
So
5-1
sad.
on a call.
He's made the right fold.
Wow.
But he's got to pay out the squid.
Yeah, that's right. He has to pay out the squid, and then he has to pay Tan 25k as well.
Yeah.
So Tan picking up an extra 150k on top of the pot and on top of the squid. A little bit too much for my liking, Kevin. It was just, you know, 150 being flicked here, 300k being flicked here. I felt the pressure and I wasn't even at the table.
I know.
And then you chuck in the squid game. I think it was Elton's idea. And then, bam, wham, thank you, man. A couple of 7-figure pots, a $1.85 million pot. Going Handz' way. Byproduct of $1 million bluff from that man right there. SD Wang. GG's, I think. GG's. You know, they're drawing their cards. The game is going to continue elsewhere, but we have to send the production crew home. I mean, these guys could go until 11 a.m. Let's be honest, they might even go to 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Tail of the tape. ST Wang down over $2 million. Xuan down over 1.4. Biggest winners on the night. Handz up 1.55 million. Sosia Jang up just shy of 1.4. Just Handz putting on a bit of a clinic. You're running well with the bounty, and then of course, final 2, I believe, or final 3 of the first Squid game, just calls it off.
Yeah.
After an epic bluff from SC. That's all we got from Kevin and myself and the Cash Game crew. We're back tomorrow for a real special one. I really recommend checking out the Triton Poker Plus app. We're down to the final 22 players in event number 3 to 30k, the likes of Chidwick, Linus Love, just to name a few of the legends in there. Ivy's also in there. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. Ali Nejad's going to be in this seat. Randy Lou's going to be over there. And we're going to be playing down to a winner. But from Kevin, myself, and the rest of the crew here tonight, good night.